connecting the logistics and
Where's your gallery?
It's 9 o'clock, and I'm gonna call the workshop together.
Oh, no.
Before we actually do the quorum check, I just want to read the purpose of the meeting. This is actually a workshop, actions workshop. The purpose is university continues to grow and evolve. So does the composition of the city council. As new elected representatives join long tenured ones, it is important that all members of council feel they are provided the resources and environment that enables them to effectively carry out their functions with clarity and confidence. The purpose of this workshop is to engage members of city council, supporting the city staff, in a conversation to identify what those success conditions are to cultivate trust, collegiality among the body. In doing so, enabling the Universal City Council to more effectively carry out the business of the people. And with that, I'll go for a quorum check.
Okay, Mayor Maxwell,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fitzpatrick,
Here.
Councilmember Bowman, Councilmember Goolsby,
No.
Councilmember Putt,
Here.
Councilmember Ribal, Councilmember Vaughn. We have a quorum.
Definitely. Okay, next is citizens to be heard. We're not using the sign-up sheet today, so if anybody would have anything to say at this time, would be time. Mr. Hill?
I just wanted to show up and set my alarm early. And then I'll escape shortly so I can go take a nap. Again, as I try to learn and appreciate Universal City, and I just wanted to show up here and thank y'all again for this extraordinary time that y'all sacrifice. And I know the pumpkin patch, that's going to be a whole month, and I know the Christmas tree thing. And so I'm still learning the events. I'm still not volunteering and showing up, handing out beer or coffee. But I just want to give all, and including the others that are not here. You give up your time from work, from family, from play, and again, as the residents and us that show up, in city council. So just another word of appreciation. Thank y'all very much.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? No? Okay. With that, we'll proceed into the workshop. Francisco, you have the you got the floor. It's the jury day.
Good morning. It has been great to get to spend so much time with y'all over the last couple of months and hear everybody's path to service. There are a few things, right, that really inspired me as I got to visit with everybody was, that moment where you felt like you needed to go beyond volunteering or engaging and really step forward and serve. And I think it's always important, anytime we have a conversation like this, to really ground ourselves in why are we here, right? What was the thing that called us to serve? It's so easy to get pulled into kind of the day-to-day requirements of things that everybody's working on, while you're also, attending to your day jobs and your families and everything else like that. So before we dive into the material, I just wanted to have us kind of reintroduce ourselves and go around and share, why is it that you're here? What is your why? Right? You share with me your magic moments, right? That you're like, well, maybe I'll run. Right? But as you went through that, and what has kept you here is, whatever sense of meaning you came to that makes the sacrifice, that makes the time, that makes the effort worthwhile. So I'm going to ask you just to kind of help you anchor your thought a little bit. Take a minute to just jot down some notes. When you think about why do you feel called to do this work? Why do you keep coming back? Right? What does it mean to you to serve the people of Universal City. Just take a couple of minutes to just capture some thoughts, and then we'll hear from everyone.
So you're not asking us why did we join council, right? Because that might hurt some people's feelings.
No, it's really why do you feel called to serve? Right? Why is this important to you? Music to reflect by. Trying to find the end of your sentence. And I would ask, if you haven't already, please silence any ringers or anything like that you have on your devices to help us be focused on the conversation. One of the things that I think is worth noting as well, and I know you often do on the dais when you're convening, but for the purposes of today's conversation, I've really asked that Kim and that Maribel be really a part of the conversation with us. I know that that's not always the case, because when we talk about the whole conversation today of how do we look at the way we do our work and prepare, really a lot of today is going to be about how we prepare for the time that we spend in council. These are the implementation agents, right? Whatever conversations you have, and wherever we arrive at, there would be helpful evolutions, helpful adaptations of how we've operated in the past. That we sort of match vision, and direction that emerges from council against workability and action that comes from the staff that support you. So that's why today they're not simply observers of the conversation, but collaborators in it. So worth mentioning. I will, at random, Councilwoman Fitzpatrick.
It's 50-50 shot.
I was looking over here and going,
No. I'm sitting throughout the councilwoman. Want me to go first?
Yeah.
Before we moved to Texas, we weren't necessarily involved with the communities that we lived in. I mean, we were just not paying attention to things that were going on. And when we moved here, I started attending council meetings and discovered that lots of things were being talked about that I never knew were being talked about, that you could be involved with and you could weigh in and have an opinion about decisions that were being made for your community. And it was I don't know why I didn't ever think about that through being available before, but it was very eye-opening to me when I got here. And the other thing that when we moved here, we really noticed the sense of community within UC, and it really did feel like a small town, but in a big city. I really liked that feeling, and I wanted to be a part of keeping it that way and keeping the sense of community within our city and feeling like you're connected with your neighbors and that you know people and that you can say hello in the grocery store and that you're not lost in a big town. And I also felt like I had value and that I had an opinion that could make a difference. And I could also bring together other people's and help articulate other people's opinions that didn't have the time to serve or weren't interested in getting involved, but they still wanted to have a say in their community. And so for those reasons, I really felt like I could add value and decided to run.
Beautiful. So now, Councilwoman, I'm going to ask you to pick anybody you want from the table, but they can't be adjacent to you.
Everybody was adjacent at this point.
So it can't be as we go around. And it's just like a little facilitator toolkit thing that we now know, right? Research shows that for when you're running any other meeting, right, that when you just go around in a line, that essentially signals to the person at the end of the line that I got like 20 minutes to go la 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 in my head, rather than leaning in and being present.
So we have met.
Yeah, so when we do the it could come from any direction, that just compels you to be paying attention because you don't want to be surprised. And so Councilwoman, who's next?
Maribel.
Are you good?
I have always felt that public service is community service and community service is public service. So in choosing a career that deals with public service, I feel like I'm serving my community. I don't live in Universal City, but it's close and dear to my heart. So I feel a deep responsibility to the citizens and my fellow staff members, my council. So it's really all about community service to me.
Beautiful. All right, who's next?
Mayor Maxwell.
Thank you. I think I've been in the service industry one way or the other my entire life. And it just seems natural to volunteer. And when I first moved to Universal City, I had just completed that was probably about my 19th move in 20 years. And I would just been all over the place, constantly moving, never really got to know my community that I lived in, but more concentrated on where I would work area. Getting back to community is probably one of my biggest motivators. I enjoy people, I like to be part of solutions. I like to be funny. I like to sense connections. And I really love living in a small town atmosphere in a big city communities. That's what Universal City is. We really have a white person.
Mary's next.
Right? So, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for camaraderie.
So, if I could ask you if we could make kind of the door frame, the round one. Absolutely, members of the public are welcome, but we do need to kind of preserve a space so we don't kind of feel folks breathing on the back of our neck.
That's pretty much it. So just sense of service.
Mary's next. Yes, ma'am.
I knew that was coming.
So I could joy and satisfaction serving the community. I love doing projects and programs that provide service and joy to me. And I too like being part of this whole.
what are you talking about?
I have been involved with community services as long as I absolutely can remember. I grew up here as much of a military brat could grow up in one place, so that means my father retired here. Then moved away for 30 years. My family was still here and came back. And I got involved with the city because I wanted a dog park. And the only place I could go, so I started going to meetings, had to meet city manager, had to meet mayor, just to get a group together. So we built this dog park, and we met hundreds of people, and we were so supported. And it just kind of rolled one into the other. I got to know the mayor and the city manager and a few others. So I started going to city council meetings, and like Christine said, you get there and you go, wow, those are the layers of the onion. There's so much more that meets the surface. And so for 13 years, I would go to city council meetings and learn what it took. At the same time, I was very active as a volunteer and had talked to hundreds and hundreds of residents. Anytime we would have an event, I would, especially if they had an entry point, I would ask them where they're from, how'd you hear about us, why are you here? And anyway, it got down to, and I was happy, I was happy. Nobody had restrictions on me, it was a lot of fun. When the elections came around, and there were a lot of people running for the 3 seats, and I just started getting a lot of people wanting to have conversation with me, talk me into it. It took me a long time to decide to run, and I'm very glad I did. I feel what I can bring to our council is I really do talk to everyone in the city, and I do work with the staff on an almost regular basis throughout the year. So I think I've got a great communication and can help problem solve or get people involved, in fixing things, or I hope I can represent the city and the residents. Now, when I say the city, I'm talking about the entire city. I'm talking about the residents, the businesses, and our staff. But I feel I bring more of kind of like you, a mediator to a lot of it. Oh, Bear, it's your turn.
Oh, good. I'm not going to get on my soapbox right now, but basically, vision for UC is kind of my primary on that one. The fact that that's what I do, and I feel like that's what I bring to the table. I don't go out and I don't talk to everybody in the city. My door is open, and everybody kind of understands who I am, and that's why I feel like I've been here so long, is because a lot of people are like, this guy uses a line of life. That guy kind of is in my heart. That's why I
And actually, Councilman, that's a great entree to the conversation today. I had a chance to visit one-on-one with each of you, so I wanted to give you my life and work history. But to say, I've often, and I shared with Kim, this is actually, I kind of shared with y'all because this is a very meaningful day for me in this role, because you are my last ever public facilitation. I am retiring from 20 years as a process facilitator, so we really focus on my now calling of coaching and people development, which is a good practice. But in that time, right, the thing that has always moved me so much to work with groups like yours and things like that is that there's always, in any group, right, groups that are moving fast and high functioning, and groups that are still trying to find each other, right, and or maybe groups that arrive at kind of a fork in the road. There's always this underlying dynamic of trying to unearth the missing conversation, right? That as we go through, every one of us brings our values to something like this, and especially when you're engaged as you are in public service as volunteers. Now I've got going on 30 years in the nonprofit and government sector, and so I've worked with a lot of people that volunteer. I've worked with a lot of people that work with social and human services organizations, or for all kinds of city staff, departments across different municipalities. And you're not here for the money, right? There's a much easier way to make a buck. So what is the thing that moves the work, right? What is the thing that gets you here? Talk about this. I teach a lot of classes at the San Antonio Area Foundation, right? We talk about this a lot. I call it the values dividend, right? That essentially you're not getting paid in cash or material compensation. You have a set of values that call you to serve. And the act of serving, right, actually then nourishes and rewards that value set. Because you feel like when you're here, you're in aligned action. And so that values dividend is what moves us to be here. But here's the flip side, right? Like our values are very closely tied to our set of, to our emotions, right? And to our emotional responses to things. And so frequently, right, in years and years of doing this, frequently, while we often have values that overlap, how we interpret and live those values is different. Right, according to our lived experience, according to the communities that we were raised in, according to what we were taught, right, according to whatever traditions we were raised in. And so a lot of the missing conversations come from where our values are interpreted differently, but we don't take the time to kind of reconcile those, to synthesize those, and say, okay, well, where do our values and our vision for service overlap enough that we can see where we agree, right? What we have to work with. But because we're not wired for that kind of systems thinking, right? Our natural human tendency when we begin to run into personalities or people that have or feel like very different value sets is to arrive at a conclusion that the disconnect or that any tension or rub that might be there is a function of character, is a function of will. And that's actually, in my experience, is rarely the case. Right? Usually, there are some collection of missing conversations, the absence of which we then interpret, right, as a sort of willful opposition. There's a really important figure in 21st century life, because so much of what we now live in was influenced by his work. Has anyone ever heard of Edward Deming? So Deming is considered the godfather of modern quality-based management, of modern continuous improvement. Deming was he was a college professor in the 1930s who spent his time studying factories, studying companies, studying productive systems, trying to get to the bottom of what makes the difference between a company that does really great and one that really struggles. And Deming, kind of in opposition of the conventional wisdom at the time, Deming's research revealed to him that, he would interview the managers of these shop floors, he would interview the company owners, and, think back to that time in American life, and, in MBA school and things like that, they'll teach you about type X management, right? So type X management was the idea, it was the belief that the worker is fundamentally lazy and doesn't want to work, and that the only way that you can actually elicit performance is through rewards and punishments, right? So that was the type X manager. But Deming's research actually said, you know what? As he studied these factories and watched them, and, he met with everybody up, down, sideways, he found that there was rarely consistent training. There was very limited feedback from supervisors telling people they're on track or they're off track. The goals for the company weren't clear. Often they had inconsistent access to the tools. Maybe they even had consistent access to the tools, but the tools themselves were actually variable. So the same set of tools or the same set of machine presses would produce different outcomes. And so as Deming, went deeper and deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, he said, oh my God, we've had this all wrong, right? We've thought the way to get better performance is to kick people in the butt. And in fact, all evidence shows that that's just a race to the bottom. That's not actually getting us there. If we want better outcomes, if we want better performance, the way to do it is to be incredibly curious about the system itself. How are we arranging ourselves to do the work that we aim to do? And where are there blind spots in the fabric? Where are there kinks in the hose that are unintentionally leading us to outcomes that are not what we want? And in fact, they're called special factors, right? So Deming's theory on this essentially said that out of 20 times that you got an outcome that you didn't want in your organization or your endeavor, 19 of those 20 times, and when I teach a big class, I have 19 out of 20 stand up to things to do, right? 19 out of 20 times, there was some gap in how we got to the brink of where we wanted to go that led us somewhere else. And 6% of the time, so only 1 out of 20 times, he called it special factors, right? But essentially, special factors is there some portion of the time where you have an individual that has some dimension of their character or some, sort of incompatible ethical breach and things like that, or, the classic just plain lazy. Right? Like, does that happen? Yes, it does. But it actually only happens 1 out of 20 times. Right? And the rest, it was something that we missed in the engine. Right? And this was actually really illustrated. So in the 1930s, as a college professor, he's going to corporate America. I'm like, guys, like, I'm onto something. Let me work with you to see if we can help you become better. And they were like, you don't know what you're talking about. This is crazy. We all know it's because workers are lazy, right? Like, get lost. Okay. Well, he also happened to be a military officer during World War II. And so he is part of the military governorship of Japan in post-war Japan. And so part of his duty was working with the Japanese economy to try and help get them back on their feet so that they could become stable, right? Learning the lessons of World War I, right? We wanted to help Japan become a stable and thriving economy so that they could join the community of nations and help away. And so he's shopping around the same ideas that got him laughed out of the United States. And he meets a couple of brothers. You might have heard of them. The brothers were named Toyota. And at the time, their business was textile manufacturing. And the Toyota brothers were really intrigued by his research. And they said, what's interesting, because your research totally lines up with a Japanese, an ancient Japanese craft principle of Kaizen, right? Which is continuous improvement, continuous perfection. And so essentially, Deming climbed in the boat with the Toyota brothers And Toyota, as we know it today, right, was catalyzed by Edward Deming. So much so that there are statues in Japan. He's a national hero. Deming is a national hero in Japan. So now jump forward to late 80s United States. And the Ford Motor Company is beginning to really worry because they're seeing these Japanese manufacturers begin to nip at their heels, and they realize there's this American guy over there that they listen deeply to named Deming, and they go, we need to get that guy over here. So after a lot of wrangling, they finally get Deming to come over to a board meeting, right, at their corporate headquarters, and it's Dearborn, Michigan, or Ann Arbor, but it's like this big sort of French chateau type palace. He says, okay, I'm going to come meet with your board, but I've got some conditions. Really? Okay, well, that's a lot. Like, okay, then I'm not coming. So finally they satisfied his conditions. And what were the conditions? They needed to take all of the furniture out of the boardroom. And in the boardroom instead, they needed to put on a stand, or on several stands, 3 transmissions from the same make and model Toyota vehicle, and 3 transmissions from the same make and model of a Ford vehicle. And as the board of directors of the Ford Motor Company looked on, he directed some techs. He gave each a list of parts, and those techs had to go in, break down the transmissions, and harvest the parts. And then they laid the parts out side by side, and Deming had everybody look in. So what do you see? Right? The Toyota parts, we know where this is going, right? We're identical, consistent, right? By contrast, the Ford parts, you could actually see with the naked eye. They had calipers on hand and all kinds of instruments, but you could see with the naked eye the variances in fabrication, right? And so it was no wonder that American consumers were having different experiences with the two in terms of reliability, right? And where did we get that? Because of this, right? There was a lot on the factory floor that was just being done, sort of ad hoc, or how we've always done it, that was leading to these unintended consequences. And so they said, all right, Deming, we see it, we believe it, come help us. And he said, we've got one last condition. I need to hear from each and every one of you answer this question as you look at the evidence. Which car is better? You can imagine, they're mortified. It's like, I need to hear it. Which car is better? One by one, every board member had to say, it's Toyota. And then he said, let's get to work. And so the Ford Taurus, right, which was essentially Ford's reintroduction to the American marketplace and charted a different course that has helped them really thrive until today. The Ford Taurus was the first Deming vehicle, right? And everything that Ford has done since has been really applying these principles of systems thinking, continuous improvement, and things like that. So why do I share this with you? Because in my work as a facilitator, I said that to Kim when we first spoke months ago. I said the majority of the value that I bring to groups that I come spend time with comes from the time that I spend interviewing people, the time that I spend getting just their personal insights, because that's how I get ahas about what might be the missing conversations. Right? That by the time we get to, we should probably bring a facilitator in, right? Some of us are already annoyed with one another, right? So jumping right in and having the conversation from there isn't always really that productive, right? But by being able to listen deeply to everyone, and in this instance, unfortunately, not all members of council chose to be with us today, or could be with us. Some were, and not even in town. But I did have the opportunity to meet with everyone and to get their lived experience and to hear from them why they felt called to serve. And what I'll tell you, and this is often the case, and I was heartened that once again this is the case, at a values level, you all are more aligned with one another than you probably think. right? And your reasons for serving were, largely in agreement. And even, right, and this has been fascinating to me, when we think about, when are we working together at our best, and then when does it feel like we're not? Even though people had different experiences and different views of why a breakdown might have happened and what was kind of the intention and motivation behind that and things like that, because we all arrive at our own different stories of things. There wasn't even disagreement on the facts, right? Pretty much what I heard from everybody about, like, well, this is how these things happen in this meeting or in that process. There was like total agreement, right? So then that is evidence to me that we really are in this space, right? That we have different views about what success looks like, different views of what our experience looks like, that comes down to how are we all seeing the system and how are we arranging the pieces and parts to carry out our work. And so that's why I love what I get to do, is because I always approach it assuming positive intent, right? That because you're not here, clearly not here for the money, right? That you must be here because you genuinely want to do something good. And if I take it as a given until I find evidence to the contrary, that all of the council members and the city staff that support them are here because they want to do something good, then it becomes, well, what are the missing conversations and where are the systems gaps? And I have arrived at a theory, and you see that in the stated purpose for the meeting. That as I visited with you, right, many of you have either been on council for a very long time, right, and are really used to working with one another, are really used to working with staff, are really used to seeing certain reports and data sets and everything else like that. And others, while maybe not on council, have been engaged with and been working sort of council adjacent for so long that many of those dynamics are still in play. And so within, again, organizational development consultant, so you have to bear with me, the nerding out is almost done. It's a good foundation for it. Right? There is this phenomenon in organizational theory, right, that's called a team within a team. Right? So team within a team essentially says, and this is subconscious, right? This is not even any deliberate intent to segment, right? But team within a team says, when you have a group of people inside of a larger team that have worked together for a really long time, right? They fall into a shorthand, right? They're just so accustomed to one another. They have so much history. They've learned each other's work styles and personalities, and then they've worked on the same things together for so long that they are able to move quickly to, okay, what are we doing now? Right? And so when you have the team within a team phenomenon, you have an unintended consequence that people that aren't inside of that bubble of shared history, right, are sort of left in a, what the hell are they talking about? What's going on? Right? And then again, like we're talking about here, that feeling, right? That feeling of, I was elected just like you were elected, right? Like each one of us, before the law, so to speak, is an equal member of the body, but I can see and I can feel that we're having different experiences, right? And I can see and I can feel that people have different levels of insight and access than it feels like I do, and that is not a good feeling, right? And so again, then that leads us to this misapprehension, that like, well, that must be because there's a desire to prevent me from being successful. There's a desire to prevent me from being able to serve my function. And so then as we've gone through the process, and I've had a chance to spend a lot of time with Kim and the senior city staff, just understanding like, okay, well, when a thing is going to come before council, what's the process, and what's the level of information that's provided, and deliberation, blah, 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 right? I've arrived, just from like a process consultant standpoint, there are actually like some pretty easily addressable process gaps right? Or I should say maybe compressed processes, right? That work for a group of people that's worked together for a really long time and has already banked that shorthand and has already banked that trust. But if you're a newcomer, right, and you haven't been a part of that journey, you haven't been a part of that history, right, you're not following the conversation in the same way that the long-timers are, right? So a lot of the things that I want us to talk about today are really about how do we slow down some of the processes that we use to set you all as council members up for success so that everyone can feel beyond the shadow of a doubt that they were given the same amount of information, that it was a satisfying amount of information, and that they were given those things in a timely way to feel like they were set up for success. Now, this doesn't, when we think about the missing conversation, this doesn't mean that we won't have disagreements. Right? This is a very rich conversation that Mayor Maxwell and I got to have early on. Right? In a healthy, in kind of a healthy elected body process, alignment is not a legitimate objective. Alignment presumes a group-held pressure to conform to one line. Now, hear me out. The flip is, alignment is a legitimate outcome, right? If it's a goal, then we're enforcing and trying to press people to get on board, right? Which everyone's got a constituency, right? And those constituencies have different points of view and different positions about what they want out of their city. And that's valid. That's democracy in action, right? However, if in the course of doing the work, right, we've found all of the missing conversations, we've worked out all of the systems gaps, and in the course of deliberating, as we were elected to do, we find our way to, what's called a third way, right? This person has a view of where we ought to go. This person has a different view of where we ought to go, and we deliberate and we wrangle and we, as Brene Brown calls it, we rumble with the thing and arrive at that, listen, here's where we agree enough to move forward, right? If we arrive at alignment through the process of righteous debates, right, noble struggle, then that's wonderful. But it can't be an expectation, right? Because then that abrogates people's duly given mandate to represent folks. So how do we do our part to try and find the bubbles in the line, right? How to find the missing conversations, to identify where there are reasonable, identifiable gaps in process that we can then try and adapt to be able to. I always call it cold read ready, right? In my view, good work products, so to speak, should be such that now inside day-to-day things aside, but say we're producing a report or a strategy document or whatever. An elegantly written one, right, is one where any reasonable person can walk up to it and without being provided a ton of other context, right, can make sense of what it's trying to say, right, and do that. When we don't do that, we come back to the team within a team, right? And so, what are the things that we're trying to satisfy? And what are our standards? That's where we get hung up, because we all have a different standard. While I draw, I'm going to pause, right? We lay down a lot around the Deming stuff. I'm going to ask you just with a neighbor, right? How does this resonate for you? When have you seen this in action? And so the two of you, just talk about this for quick 2 minutes. Have you, and not just in the form of council, but in your life, right? Have you ever run into a situation where you're like, maybe there was something going on there in the system and we weren't asking the right questions or looking at it the right way, right? So 2 minutes, go.
But that's not our role. Our role is not to be the arbitrator between them and the neighbor. Our role is to carry out process for the city. Not for the municipality of faith.
So try to find the end of your sentence.
Change the conversation. Yeah.
So let's talk about it. And I would love to just hear from a few of you. How does this resonate? Where might you have experienced this dynamic somewhere in your life?
What was that? I'm sorry, I was my sentence.
How does this resonate, right? Like when do you thinking back, like, yeah, I think I experienced this one time.
Well, I got mad at it because I'm like, not 94% of my systems break down, but you're saying 94% of the systems that break down.
No, 94% of the times we have a breakdown, right? Yeah, so like I had an employee, I felt like we were good. I left the work site, for 3 hours, and when I came back, I was like, how the heck did you end up with this, right? So that would be, there are breakdowns large and small, right? But, so I'll use the example, my wife owns, she and her family, her dad, no high school education, went to work as a long haul trucker, smart as heck though, and over many years just paid attention and figured out, how the business worked, saved his money, bought a truck, saved his money, bought another truck. 35 years later, right, the family owns a trucking company and hauls produce for HEV. Right before the pandemic, mom and dad said, we're tired, girls, we're either going to sell it or you're going to take it over, decide. So my wife and her sister let go of their previous careers and stepped into running the company. My wife is a big picture thinker. She's a visionary. She's worked for many years in public strategy. And when she took over an ops company, right, that has drivers on the road and dispatchers and everything else like that, she would constantly be frustrated by their inability to get what she was trying to tell them, right? And so then the exact words after over a year of this, knowing that I do what I do, she turned to me right before Christmas a few years ago and said, honey, I need you to get in this goddamn boat with me. And so, upon invitation, right, such a charming invitation, I did, right? And I began to just observe her and attend staff meetings and just watch how they were interacting. And it became plain as day, right, that because she's used to working with corporate executives and elected officials and all kinds of folks at a very senior level who all have big staffs to do this stuff. She was used to really communicating at this kind of 60,000 foot level, but now that she's working with frontline ops personnel, that just wasn't going to work. That just wasn't going to work. And so I had to really help her understand how if she wanted what she wanted, and this actually, it's not a rabbit trail, it is very relevant to what we're talking about. If she wanted the result that she wanted, she needed to learn how to be more explicit about her conditions of satisfaction, right? And so if you deliver messages at a big picture level, then you need to be prepared to be totally happy with big picture results, right? But if you communicate at a big picture level and you actually have fine-grained expectations, then you've just produced a breakdown, right? If you have fine-grained expectations and you've communicated fine-grained expectations, right? Did that person have the training to perform at that fine-grained level, right? Are they a framing carpenter or are they a finishing carpenter, a finished carpenter? Because those two levels of professional have very different skills, right? The symmetry stops at about hammer and wood. Beyond that, they're different jobs with a different capability. And so, that's where when we think about the breakdown, it's a much deeper look, not about the machine breaking down, maybe why the machine broke down, right? But it's, did we have people that were adequately trained? Did they have the right tools? Did they have the right supervision, right? Were we routinely giving them feedback? So it's all of these more complex things, including a lot of invisibles, right, that get us in the end. And that, that was what then Deming surfaced, right? And that's where, if you go to the Toyota plant on the south side now, right, part of how Toyota works is that anybody on the shop floor, right, has the ability to stop the line, right? They routinely meet in work teams and ask everybody on the team to kind of share, what do you think is working for us? What's not working for us? Are we getting hung up? So a lot of the advancements that Toyota and its suppliers make that help them in the marketplace, right, that help them build a better car for less, come from the insights of frontline personnel on the factory floor, right? Because if we're not looking at this thing from all angles, then we're only seeing one vantage point of the system, and there's other parts of the machine that we miss. Bear, was that at all helpful?
No, but wow, you led me on another rabbit trail. Because I like where you're at. If you expect the details, you need to get into the details. If you're happy at 60,000, then expect that everybody's 60,000. Somebody may be over this section. Somebody else is over that section at 60,000. So I like that, and that's kind of my problem in some instances here, because for me it's yes, I want that part there. No, I'm not going to tell you how many swings it has, right? But it should have swings, right? So where do the swings fall in that 60,000? And then I'll get off the soapbox.
No, not at all. And that's really the conversation, right? What I heard across all of my interviews is that while the values were aligned, people had very different conditions of satisfaction, right? And that was what this conversation was intended to be, was to be a forum where we could, have everybody kind of share, like, this is my standard for feeling set up for success as a council member. What's your standard, right? Can we, rumble with it until we arrive at something that feels reasonable and substantial in the middle, right? Because once we reconcile that, right, then everybody's responsible for their votes and their outcomes. But until we reconcile that, we'll just run into a lot of stumbling blocks that were avoidable because we never took the time to actually walk through, are we all even on the same page about how this is supposed to work? Another thoughts? Councilman, what was your reflection on this?
I agree with a lot of what Bear said. My reflection on this, the team within the team, I see it. I see two teams within a team. Communications, major problem. How can we find that spot if there's not a communication? And I feel that there is not one. So
that's obvious by the turnout today, by the way.
Well, let's avoid that.
No, I'm not going to avoid it for long. I'm sorry.
But that's not noted. And it's not really going to contribute to our outcomes for the day. So
well, neither is not everybody or a majority of people showing up. So.
I feel it's a brick
That's
wall.
fair.
We have to learn how to tear down, and we don't
I feel like it was an elephant in the room and I needed to say it, or I wouldn't be able to pay attention to what else you got going on.
Noted. But, part of our, in thinking through how to make today worthwhile regardless, the conversation that Kim and I were having was, making this, because even with the folks that did choose to attend, right, making this a reflection on, for our newer council members, right, because I would say that the team within a team, to make the point, is not the same as, say, selective factions, right? Team within a team is something that happens by accident and we don't realize it, right? So the team within a team that I'm essentially asserting is the difference between council members that have been around a really long time and have really strong relationships and a history of collaboration with one another and with staff versus people that are new to council, right? And so if we were to approach this from the lens of, because there will continue to be more and more newcomers, right? So if we were to step way back and kind of think about, well, if I was brand new to council and didn't have any of the background and didn't have any of the relationships, right? What feels like meaningful, productive, and fair in terms of how we arrange our processes and information flow between staff and council and time and things like that. Because even apart from, policy disagreements and people that align on one side or another of different policies, this is Francisco as an organizational development guy saying, I've seen some things in how we work that were like begging for a fight, right? Unintentionally, right? Like, oh yeah, if I was given that with this much amount of time to review it, I probably wouldn't have a high degree of trust either, right? And so how do we cure some of those process things? And then once we do, like I said, people are accountable for their own voice and their own positions and their own choices. But until we do, we have to, thoughtfully listen to where might we be getting in our own way in ways that aren't productive and are easily remedied. Kim?
So maybe as a form of historical context, and sometimes we forget history, but up until 3 years ago, we had all the same mayor and council members for about 6 to 8 years. And so they just clicked along and, again, went back to they were okay with process gaps and process compression because they had all of that data. But if you figure in the last 3 years, the only person that hasn't changed a position on council is Mr. Goldsby. So effectively, we have one historian, and I realize you were a council member, but your role is different now. And so you are relatively new to where you are too. So we have, of the 7 people up there, we have 6 people who have no historical knowledge and have not worked together as a group. And I think that really is the only issue that we're facing today, is that we haven't figured out how to process the information, get out of compression, and get into a more detailed way of doing things and working through the problems so that everybody has the same historical knowledge. That's my feeling. Can I write that down?
I saw your...
I wasn't necessarily raising my hand, but I do have something to say.
Yeah, please.
One of the things that struck me as I was kind of running and getting involved is somebody looked at me and said, we're so different. We want different things. And when I sat back and thought that, I'm like, no, we really don't. We want what's best for Universal City. We might want to get there differently, but our driving force, there is commonality there. We do want what's best. And then I also got a piece of advice from somebody outside the community when I first was elected, and that was, when you are making decisions up on the dais, you should be tying it back to your comprehensive plan, whatever that is, whatever the goals of the community are. And as you're voting, it would be good for you to include the rationale on what you're taking it back to and bringing it back to the comprehensive plan, which was articulated to the community from citizens, businesses, effective city leaders. All of those things are kind of, and I don't know that we do that as consistently, and that's part of why I'm so excited about the comprehensive plan, because I really feel like that's going to give us the commonality that we can all have a frame of reference and be, because I don't see that I'm different than everybody here. I really believe that every single people elected, both in this room and that are not in this room with us, we all ran because we want what's best for the community.
Yeah.
None of us are trying to tear it down.
Yeah.
And I think if we all remember that we do come from the same motivation, that maybe that would help us.
Yeah.
And I would say, I'm going to jump on Bear's soapbox. I was disappointed in people not attending today because we never have the chance to articulate our thoughts. Different, I guess it's different. We don't have conversations up on the dais. We talk about a subject, but we're really not talking about who we are and what we believe, like I figured this would be. And I'm disappointed that we don't, as a group, have the opportunity for everybody to have those conversations and to listen to everybody.
Yeah.
I feel like that's, I'm disappointed that we're not taking advantage of this opportunity as effectively as we could have. But I'm grateful for every person here that came and made this a priority and could make their schedule, because I do think that there's going to be tremendous value that comes out of this.
I think there's still tremendous value.
For sure.
For those who are not here for whatever reason, because they took that forward step and actually met with Francisco and had their chance to speak. Now, I get that you all feel like they're not speaking to you, and I know I have some advantage that I get to speak to all of you without having to worry about, Opens Meeting Act or things of that nature. But I don't know, I'm proud of all three of them for the fact that they took that step. And the partial step, and I firmly believe or hope that they got something out of it too.
I do,
And I move in the right direction.
And mine was my personal disappointment, but yeah, I feel like no matter what, I think there's going to be tremendous value that comes out of this, and that's kind of why I shared with you that I thought we should do this, even if not everybody can come, because I think that even if we just adjust our framework a little bit, we're bringing different energy to the table, and I think that energy is going to make a difference, and I think there's going to be good things that come from this.
And to Kim's point, like without exception, all of the conversations that I had were lovely. Everyone that I met with was courteous and thoughtful, and had great insights. Right? Of course, all of you have a point of view, right? And your point of view is your point of view. And as a facilitator, that's not my business. Right? But every one of you had an experience of sort of, what are things that you worked on and you did or didn't feel like you really had the opportunity and the information or resources to feel like you had a command of that, of that subject before it came to the dais and things like that. And I would tell you, those experiences and those insights on kind of process, you might be surprised, like, did not fall according to some of these described factions, right? Like, several of you, had similar experiences, but, and that's where I say, how we react to these things, to the breakdowns when they happen, because we're human and we don't think of systems, we tend to ascribe them to motives and beliefs and philosophies and things like that, because that's how our brain is a tribal brain, right? And that's where I said that I was heartened, because I'm such a believer in this. There was really no disagreement about the facts, right? So on a given issue, right, that might have been raised, what were we given to look at and when was it given to us, right? Like, everybody agreed, right? The difference was whether, people found that satisfying, right? Or whether people found that effective, right? There were folks that for all the reasons that we've talked about, were like, I didn't necessarily feel like I totally understood it, but, I know they're working hard, so I'm good with it, right? Like, so it wasn't necessarily that I think I have 100% of my success conditions and I feel like it's all amazing, right? But because the trust is there, and it's not necessarily there for everyone, the trust is what covers the gap. when our conditions of satisfaction aren't met, right? So part of the role of people like me is we're actually like trust investigators, right? Trust researchers, and I mean from a research investigator standpoint, right? Not a PI, right? And so there's this fantastic book, The Thin Book of Trust by Charles Feldman, highly recommend it. And all the systems theory stuff, fifth discipline by Peter Senge, so for my nerds in the room, and enjoy during a break. But Feldman articulates that there are 4 assessments of trust, right? There are 4 basic dimensions that our brains are constantly scanning and then drawing conclusions on. And then the sum of those conclusions equals whatever level of trust I'm ready to assign you. Right? And so when we find a situation where, again, if my conditions of satisfaction are not being met, but there's a high degree of trust, I'm prepared to grant a lot of latitude, right? Because the trust covers the gap. Right? If my conditions of satisfaction are not being met and there's not a high degree of trust, then there is no elasticity. And that's not unique to Universal City, that's human functioning in teams, right? That's what I see all day, every day, across all kinds of organizations. So if we want a remedy, then we got to try and isolate where is the trust ding so that we can then try and mend that, right? And then again, we do that. Ultimately, people are accountable, but a lot of times, closing those gaps actually gets us somewhere new, right? Even when we thought it didn't. So we're kind of go counterclockwise. What are these different dimensions? I always think about them as kind of things that you see based on proximity, right? So the first one is something that I would see from across the room. The assessment of care is, to what degree do I see evidence that you care about people, that not only do you care about people, but that you pay attention to what other people hold as valuable, regardless of whether or not that's valuable to you? And to what degree do you honor and hold space for what other people consider valuable, even if you don't? Right? So to what degree do your actions and words demonstrate, right, that you just generally care about what people care about, not just what you care about, and care about people that like what you already cared about anyway. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So that's something that I'll see at a distance. I walk into a council meeting and just stand at the back of the room and I see who's interacting, who's in a corner, right? Who's turning full body toward the person that they're talking to versus who's kind of talking over their shoulder, which signals that I'm minimizing you, right? And I don't want to give you all of me. And so that care is where we begin. And this is, remember, honors what I value, even if they don't. Right?
Now, is that a two-way street?
Yeah. We're all doing this to we're running this analysis on our spouse on a moment-by-moment basis. And certainly people that we work and serve with. And it's totally a two-way street. Okay? That's why we're like, whatever we can control, let's try and control it because there's a lot that we can't. Right? And the parts that we can't, people won't. Right? So absolutely two-way street. So that's care. Now, we move a little closer, and now, hi, my brother, right? Now handshake at the point of contact. This is the next one, which is sincerity, right? Sincerity, it tends to be synonymous with our assessment of authenticity, integrity, transparency, right? Those are all kind of synonymous in this application, right? Which is, to what degree do I believe that you are saying what you mean and you mean what you say, right? The test of sincerity is to what degree do people's public actions and private statements match, right? So at a person-to-person level, sincerity is, if you make a promise to me, Councilwoman, do I actually believe you're going to go do it? Right? Or do I think you're being flattering and have no intention to go do it.
Just a politician.
Yeah, just a politician. Right, yeah, so yeah, this is one where many politicians, get hammered all the time, right? Is the accusation that they are inauthentic or not transparent. So that's sincerity, right? And now, as we're actually like in the trench, working alongside one another, the next one is competence, right? And competence is my trust in your ability to do the thing that you're promising to do. And competence has two components, right? Capability is what reason do I have to believe that you actually have the know-how, right? The expertise, knowledge base, tools to do the thing that you're promising to do, right? So if we're talking about oral surgery, right? And I know that you went to dental school and that you've been a practicing oral surgeon for 10 years, my assessment of your capability is high, right? But if we are on a backpacking trip, right, and somebody's broken their jaw and you're like, hold my beer, right? That's what takes us into capacity, right? Capacity is what reason do I have to believe? What is the limited evidence I have access to? Tell me about your time, resources, circumstances to do the thing, right? So this is where also another point of tension that frequently comes up in public life, right? Because say roads, bridges, streets, and sidewalks, right? That's our most fundamental obligations in municipal government, right? We might have the know-how to do the thing, right? We have plenty of capability, but our resources, our capacity to do it everywhere all at once, that doesn't exist, right? And so that then becomes like part of the living tension with, between government and people. And that's just a thing, right? That's a natural tension. There's always going to be unlimited need and limited resources, right? And so how that shows up in competence is the degree to which maybe a given individual that has a role in this is transparent about what is and isn't possible, right? So that's where this one ties into this one, right? Transparency isn't, I tell you all the things everywhere all the time, here's my password, knock yourself out. Transparency, right, is communicating with high sincerity what is and isn't known, what is and isn't possible. Right? And so when Director of Public Works says, we have the funding and the people power and the equipment to do this much in budget year 2026, right? They're trying to be sincere and reliable around what they are actually competent to do, right? like, yeah, we totally know how to build streets and sidewalks, okay? But capacity is constrained, and I want to be as open with you as I can, giving you my professional assessment about what is and isn't possible. The work of a city council, for example, then, is if, in the simplest terms possible, is if capacity is limited, a city council gets to weigh in on where priority should be shifted to alter that map, right? Like we say this is our priority, right? And you're telling us that the amount of this that we want is not available, then I as a council member can initiate a dialogue about, well, I think this other thing has some resources that we could redirect that would actually expand the capacity to meet what we've agreed is our priority, right? So that's kind of how this shows up. And then the last one, reliability, right? So now reliability, if this was from across the room and this was the handshake and then this is shoulder to shoulder in the trench together, this is rearview mirror. Right? Reliability is now after the thing has passed in time, And what does history tell me about whether you did or didn't keep your promises? Right? What does history tell me? You know, when my wife says to me, "Oh, honey, I'm 5 minutes away. I'm at the next exit," but she forgot that when we were at Fiesta, Texas, she shared her location with me. Right? And I look at it and say, it's funny because this says you're still at La Cantera. Right? And that's happened to us several times. So let's see, on that one, sincerity is dinged because she wasn't being forthcoming about her location. Reliability is dinged because we've had this happen a few times, right? So I now know to not always trust her disclosures about where she is geographically in time.
I'm sure she was buying you a gift.
My love language is acts of service. She made me a grilled ham and cheese at the end of a long day the other day, and I'm actually the cook in the house, so that made my day. That absolutely made my day. But here again, coming back to like this isn't an academic theory class. How does this apply in brass tacks to us? This is where the newbies and new experiences and conditions of satisfaction for what I believe I need to do my job in the role that I've been elected to, plays in, because when we have, it's obvious when we've had a negative history with somebody where we feel like they've made promises that they didn't keep, right? We have a lived evidence basis for why to doubt, right? But the dilemma that we don't tend to think about is if we think about how numbers multiply against each other, 0 is still 0, right? If you and I have never worked together, I don't have any history with you, right? You're starting this at 0. So the only things I have to go on are what you demonstrate in the other 3. Okay? And essentially, when we go, that sort of team within a team, people that have been around each other for a long time versus people that haven't, when we go, well, take my word for it. No, I can't, right? I cannot, because we don't have any history together, right? Like I'm drawing conclusions based on how you are performing for me right now, right? And so that's where, we have some things that can easily be revisited, right? That can do a lot to attend to this. And so, when we look at, again, putting this in the lens of city council, I have things that, say, for example, I ran on, right? And this is just the practical reality of elected life here anywhere. If you ran on something, you have an obligation to the people that voted you in to get it on the agenda and pursue it. That doesn't mean you're going to get the votes, right? But until you've actually gotten its day, on council for authentic deliberation, you have not yet delivered on your commitment to constituents, right? So that's where I, as the curious observer, say so let's make sure that it has its day, right? The votes are there, the votes are not there, but as long as that individual is prevented, in their mind, from being able to have that authentic deliberation about it, it's going to be a thorn in their side, which becomes a thorn in yours, right? So that's where, some of the thoughts about how do we get stuff onto the agenda, and then once it's on the agenda, do we allow a fulsome deliberation of it, or do we sort of preempt that and say, well, there really isn't a caucus for that, so we're not going to spend any time on it. Next item, right? That's where some of this shows up. So that signals, right, you don't care about my commitment to the people that wanted me here, right? So, okay, so how do we cure that, right? We make sure that we hold, following the rules of procedure that you all already agreed on, right? But that we honor the space for those things to do what we said they were going to do, and for people to have their day in court, so to speak. And then the outcomes will be what the outcomes will be. We don't owe anybody a vote, but we do owe one another, kind of their day to rumble with their issue. And then over here, you said that we were going to get this, instead we got that. I don't really know what to think about that, right? Being provided, say, prep materials that maybe are at the 60,000 foot level, when somebody feels like they tried hard to establish that their conditions of satisfaction required a finer level itemized detail, right? And so when somebody, and again, that was the hope and intention for our conversation today, was that we could actually have then a diversity of viewpoints to tug of war a little bit till we arrived at a middle that said, okay, what do we consider, a reasonable and substantial amount of detail, right? Because if we go all the way down to the paper clips, that's not a responsible use of city staff time, and it doesn't necessarily inform us to better decision making, right? That's operational, not governance, right? City councils tend to operate at the departmental and often programmatic level, like do we or don't we believe in this program? Do we or don't we believe this is a priority? Do we or don't we believe it's being funded to a degree that reflects the priority that we, this current council, are holding it to? But the sort of, how many staplers do we need? By any standard, that's not a reasonable degree of detail, and it's not a responsible use of staff time. Right? If we're committed to fiduciary prudence and being cautious and thoughtful about our spending, hemorrhaging staff time is a way that we're undermining our own declared values. Right? So how do we thoughtfully arrive at a workable middle and make sure that whatever we said we were going to provide, then we religiously follow through and execute. So this one, that's where differing opinions about what constitutes what we could reasonably get done out of a given program in a given year. How do we make sure that we give people the data and things like that for them to then make evidence-based assessments. Okay? But then also, how do we hold one another accountable to making sure that we're trafficking in accurate data? Right? That's also part of this. Right? So, insincerity, when it comes to capacity, is knowingly, grabbing and recirculating information that isn't based on evidence, right? That's based on conjecture or, opinion. So that is a way that trust is harmed the other way, right? Like, you want this and you want that, and trying to give it to you, but then you go and you circulate bad data. Well, now you haven't set me up to trust you, right? So how do we give and take and get through all the things? Because only then, with that history, right? So, I always tell folks, when we have conversations like this, even when everybody attends, right? Like, I know the jokes were made about trust falls. I agree. I hate trust falls too, right? Because they're meaningless, right? Even the idea of having workplace happy hours and things like that, OD professionals, organizational development professionals will tell you they're not without a value, but the trust and the culture have to come before the recreation as a group, right? Like when we've arrived at that culture, when we've legitimately arrived at alignment, right? Not forced to it, but we got there because we have experience and we trusted one another. Those team happy hours are wonderful. But when we haven't done that work and we're not there yet, we call it forced fun, right? And forced fun feels insincere. Forced fun says, you don't care about my time. You don't respect my time, right? And it ends up hurting companies because they hadn't done the work to get there, as an example. And so, as it comes to our work, we're going to go to a break now because we've all been sitting and talking and listening for a long time. So you've earned some downtime. The conversation when we come back is, can we look at some things that are sort of universal to my experience as a city council member and feeling like I was given the success conditions to fulfill my role and my promises to the people that got me here, right? And that's, what do we consider an adequate degree of information to be able to deliberate and dispose of things at our level according to our role? What do we consider an adequate amount of preparation, meaning, both the time that we're given to consider the information that we got and the time to ask questions and follow up and get clarification and things like that, so that when we come, this is where trust is not rooted in agreement. It's rooted in feeling like we're playing a fair game, right? It's rooted in feeling like everybody's at the table in good faith to then disagree, right? You can have high trust environments where people have very, different opinions. Because at least if we're at the same table, looking at the same facts, and everybody at the table feels like they had an adequate amount of time and support to have a command of the material at the degree that they need to, then at least our disagreement on the dais is getting us somewhere. It's substantive, right? But when we don't have those conditions, right, when we feel like we didn't get enough information to satisfy, when we feel like we didn't have enough time to prepare, right, and get the clarity that we needed, then before we've even started, it already feels like an unfair game, right? And that's where you're more likely to just waste a lot of time talking past each other on the dice. And to share with you, I've had this conversation with multiple city councils throughout our region. So these things aren't unique to you, right? Like, there's not something inherently broken about the UC City Council. But until we have these conversations, we don't even realize we're talking past each other. Right? So even with not everyone present, hopefully, we can arrive at some adaptations that help us address that. Procedure, right? Just getting clarity on how we do and don't approach things on the agenda, because that's an important issue. Transparency, what is our standard for how much access and visibility we have into things without kind of crossing over into operations, which is not the role of an elected body. And then involvement. This is one of the things that I, again, this wasn't uniform according to affinities, right? It was, to what degree are people interested in being more involved on things like, a simple example is the Economic Development Committee, right, that has a couple of council members on it. One of the things that is, then sort of an identifiable, predictable hazard, right, is that there's like just this one, right, versus in other cities where there are multiple bodies and things like that, or just, functions where council members can have a consultative role and deliberative role with staff when things are earlier in their development than when they just arrive for a vote, right? So when you have a body, and you have a limited body that's already got its representatives, then essentially you have other members of council that don't have a similar opportunity to play in on things like that. So what does that look like? And what would be something that would be satisfying? And we can only work with the folks in attendance that can speak for themselves. That was one of the things that I really stressed to all of the council members, including the ones that are absent today. I am your facilitator / organizational development consultant. What does that mean? That means that when I, in my professional function and experience, see things that are like, yeah, that would probably unintentionally cause conflict, you might want to take a look at that, right? Those are spaces where it's totally appropriate for me as your consultant to advise you, this thing, I wouldn't generally see it in other companies or organizations that I work with. So as long as that's there, you're just opening yourself up for people getting, upset. So why not address it? But when it comes to, people's very personally held standard, right, their very personally held conditions of satisfaction, as facilitator, that's not my role, right? So I will attempt to comment and advise those present on spaces where I feel like there's like kind of obvious and avoidable pitfalls that we might not have realized were there. But And though I did hear a lot, and some really great insights around people's personal conditions of satisfaction, I'm afraid that's a consequence of they're not being present to speak for themselves. It's not appropriate for me as a facilitator to act as the spokesperson of other people's conditions of satisfaction, if that distinction makes sense. So, before we go to break, and I'll give you a nice long 15 minutes, you can stretch your legs, catch your breath, or you to have access to the patio. I just want to do a quick check-in, right, of all the conversation that we've been having so far. What's something that you found thought-provoking that you're looking forward to continue discussing? Mary, I'll go to you first.
Well, you talk about the team within the team. The supervisor would actually, going into a new operation, would look for those teams, and you'll probably find multiple teams within the team. And you want to cultivate them and utilize them to bring out their camaraderie in order, as long as they're sincere in their job. It's actually a big tool that a new supervisor could use. So recognizing that, I'm going back in my past, all my different experiences back at where I realized that inadvertently you kind of used that. I would try to find folks that were strong, and sometimes they weren't quite as strong, but they ended up being stronger because they became part of the team.
That's absolutely right. Like high performing leaders that come into new settings, people getting together in groups of like-minded people, that is a universal human tendency rooted in how our brains are wired. So when I have a executive coaching client that's like, I want to break up these cliques, I try and set them straight. Like, no, you can't. Like, that's not even available to you, right? And you're likely to be incredibly disruptive and provocative in the effort. But what you can do is constructively engage, right? Just like what you're describing is find their love language, understand what's important to them, try and tie that to the group mission, and invite them into leadership, right? And by so doing, that's how you take that, what's currently not supportive of what you're trying to accomplish, and you get to a more constructive place. Councilwoman.
I'll go back to, I'm glad everybody did speak to you because I found it very eye-opening. Sometimes hearing something out loud coming out of your mouth, you go, oh, it makes you think more about why you feel that way. I got that out of it, and I hope everyone else did. I'm in agreement with all of this, and this has been a great learning tool. I'm frustrated. I have a lot of frustrations, but I'm going to wait until it's all over because you're probably going to fix those frustrations, and I don't want to preempt you.
You're going to try and fix those frustrations, and I'm going to direct the action.
Give me direction. Yeah, so I'll just leave it there.
Great. Barry.
So you're crushing it for me today. I'm enjoying it. The thing that you hit was if you expect detail, you need to kind of get into the detail. If you're a big picture thinker, but you're still expecting detail, you need to get into that. And I appreciate that. Then before you started that, I'm like, well, how the hell do I build someone's trust? And then you drew these circles, and I'm like, oh, look at it. So I love that. And then you said the line, hemorrhaging staff time is not aligned with our values. And I think that's going to be my council person every time I get my comments before I talk about my bugs. I'm going to remind them. But then I'm sitting there, and it's back to what makes everybody tick, right? If I said we're going to build a new park, Lori's going to jump on board. I'm still trying to figure out what makes Christina tick. I don't know.
Because you can't read her.
I can't read her. She's
got the poker face of Kim Sesame.
Yeah, I know what makes me tick. So, and I was really hoping that I would understand more about, and I'm thinking you're going to get into it a little bit because I know who you're talking about in some of these, but like the minutia thing, I know who we're talking about for that. The trust side. The trust one, I know the council member there that doesn't trust anybody, doesn't trust the people standing next to him on the dais, doesn't trust the committees that bring this information. I understand who that one is, and I really want to hammer the trust side as hard as we can to say, look, this guy did these 4 circles, you should have seen them. And I hope that we have the capability to inform him of this, of how to open up trust. And if we don't, we don't, I understand, but the idea of what makes each of us tick is the thing I think you're gonna kind of lead us to as the day goes forward. I'm still trying to figure you out. So, but you are crushing things for me today.
So we'll go to you next.
I think for me, it's interesting, I think city council is probably one of the most frustrating groups I've ever been a part of, because I don't feel like I have the personal connection that I would in any other situation. If I work with somebody and I don't know how to, I would go hang out with you. I'd be like, hey, let's go have coffee and let's talk. And I think we're almost afraid of that because of, all the rules. Like, we can't hang out and get to know each other. But we can still have a fundamental basis of connecting without talking about city business. And I think we need to not be afraid of making those connections and relating to people on a more personal level. Because I think that trust, the trust circles are really powerful, and we don't have any frame reference of reliability to start, or that I know that you honor what I value.
And you hit it on the head. This is the dilemma. Conversation, what you're describing, again, being the nerd in the room, is there are 4 kinds of conversations. For our purposes, conversations for relationship, right? Like, get to know you, who you are and what you care about. That is actually where sincerity and care are built. So in the same way that 0 equals 0, when I decline to have conversations for relationship, I've made it really hard to generate these in order for us to do more stuff in the future. Right? Trust is the basis of doing bold things together. Right? That when and again, you've given me no reason to distrust you, but I don't know you. Right? So I simply don't have a basis to trust you for us to go do ambitious things together. It's just not there. That only comes with time. We can nourish that by making time, and that's part of, and especially why did we all answer the call to serve? That was part of what today was designed to do, was to slow it down and take us out of the business of looking at particular agenda items and policy and get to know more about one another to try and nourish this. And unfortunately, that I think that has been meaningful for those choosing to be present. Unfortunately, not available to those not present. So, but nonetheless, until somehow we make headway on what makes one another tick, this remains suboptimal. Kim, how about you? What's been something?
I like the notion of the conditions of satisfaction. Sometimes with council members, it is hard to know what would satisfy them. And some, it's very apparent and they're transparent about it, and others give you no indication at all.
Yeah.
And that's from a staff perspective, that's very hard because, we recognize we're there to serve at the will of the council. And sometimes you just don't know what that will is, and it just kind of leaves us hanging.
Yeah, no, and that's a great example over here, right? Like, if somebody holds you accountable on competence, right, but they didn't actually sincerely tell you what their conditions of satisfaction are, then that dings sincerity, right? It's like, hold me accountable for the stuff that we agreed to and I didn't deliver on. But holding me accountable for something we never agreed to and you hadn't brought up before now, right? That's actually insincere and uncaring, right? So it's like, how can we remedy those things? And Maria, before we go to break, it's resonating for you.
Yeah, so really quick, I was nodding whenever you said if we can share this information with other council members that are not present, absolutely. I think that's probably something that they would ask for anyway. So yeah, I think even just a quick write-up.
These are now public record.
Yeah, what the conditions of satisfaction are, like a definition for that, of trust. I think even that gives us what I'm excited about with this entire workshop is just having the language to communicate what we're missing. And I think that might have been, because I think whenever you're in high stress situations, you kind of lack the language to communicate. So I find that in my personal life all the time. So having the language there and kind of ingraining it while you're calm and not in a high stress situation, it's nice. So that's what I'm excited about.
One of the truisms in the field of coaching is you can't tame what you can't name.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why we try and do this, because even here, if we, your point is exact. We think about trust as a starting point, but trust is actually a result, right? You can't actually build trust. You can perform in these 4 areas in a way that generates trust, right? But when we don't actually have, we've not had the opportunity to declare what our criteria are on these, then we're just talking past each other. And at least this gives us a place to start, right? So, for example, having mismatched conditions of satisfaction about what should be in a briefing packet before an issue, comes before council, then shows up as dings and competence, because this is where our conditions of satisfaction come into play, right? So if I wanted to see something like this and you gave me something like that, absent trust, right? Because we just don't know each other, not because I actively, dislike or distrust you, I'm going to assume that it's because you didn't know how to do this, right? But no, we never talked about it. I never agreed to that. That's a really intense level of scrutiny, not scrutiny. Scrutiny is appropriate, but detail. We've never provided detail at that level, so I don't know what your basis of expectation was that we would start doing that now. And I think that's where I've really enjoyed, the time debriefing this with Kim as well as the mayor, just sharing these insights. And I don't want to get ahead of the fun of the rest of the day, but just as I was meeting with you and sharing my observations back with Kim is already, Mighty Brothers, they've already identified 6 or more different ways where it's oh, well, why didn't they say that, right? Oh, now that I understand that, there's actually a lot that we can do to be responsive. Right? So, good work to come. Trust falls await, yes. Councilman. It is just about 1:15. So let's pick it back up at the hour. Relax.
You're gonna be out a lot.
Billy, are you hanging in? Are you staying for a little bit?
Only through the break.
Thanks for calling.
I read the newspaper in the morning, and I look at every page except the sports section. Good Lord. Thank you very much.
Good luck with
I
that.
don't know if it's the allergies or my ears or my sinuses are packed.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is absolutely is.
No, so this is the only building that has this AC system. It's terrible. We had a do-over, I would never do that building.
Yeah, I agree.
So what happens is in the inside of it, it's my understanding,
Yeah,
there's like this tube, and when the air comes through, it blows the tube up and makes all the noise, and then when you turn it off, it's cold.
Yeah.
And so you hear this constant.
And you're hearing the wind going through the holes.
Yeah.
That's why it sounds like so much wind.
Yeah.
We need vents.
I know I was in a meeting and here with predominantly senior citizens, and they're all like going, I can't do it here. What?
Yeah, exactly. Laura, you're not senior. What are you talking about?
Thank you, you're my favorite. Bear and I were
Like,
just talking
got
about
it.
that. Yeah, Bear and I were just talking about that. Up here, I'm younger than my children, and that it angers me. Yeah, I find disheartening.
Are your children too responsible?
The children are middle-aged. I don't know how that happened. I think it's rude.
Our youngest is 13 and our grandson is 10. And for the longest time, our both of them were mystified, by, how could I possibly be an uncle?
Yeah.
Uncles are adults, when our little guy was very little, he was like, I don't understand. You keep saying it to me, but it still doesn't make sense.
You're like, that's my cousin, what do you mean?
Yeah. Our grandson was like, how can he be my uncle? He's my age. Yeah, we were just.
Well, I became an uncle at the age of 4. I became an uncle at the age of 4.
Well, there you go. You're in the same boat.
Yeah, my boys loved it when they could go around telling everybody that their 2-year-old uncle was.
That reminds me of that scene in You've Got Mail. I love that scene, that entire movie. Tom Hanks, I guess his dad continued to remarry, so his dad has all of these young kids, and his grandfather also continued to remarry, so he also has very young kids. So then he's explaining to the shop clerk that this little 5-year-old kid is his uncle, and then someone else is his, grand uncle or something like that. It's weird, but I love that.
Grandpa was the name.
Yeah.
No, so as we bring it back, we actually have some very practical opportunities for action that satisfy, like I said, y'all across interviews agree on more than you think, but it's the lack of calibration around what's the commonly held standard that give us opportunities to remedy. I'll give you a city council specific example of a systems gap that had real consequences. So years ago, this was, probably 9 years ago, the Uvalde City Council engaged me to, run a retreat for them similar to this, and for them we did it as a 2-day thing out in Cont. Also, open to the public, and great gallery to join us for all of 2 days. And as we were having our conversation, people kept raising the specter, right? They kept, speaking ruefully of, I'm sure it had a different name because this was San Antonio's name, but we just called it Uvalde 2020, right? They had a citywide vision for where they wanted the city to go, and sort of a comprehensive plan equivalent. And they had done months of town halls and community input and everything else like that. And when they had come up with Uvalde 2020, everybody was so excited and united and hopeful about the future. And so this council and their city manager and city clerk and everything else like that would sort of speak woefully about the cautionary tale of Uvalde 2020. And I was like, guys, this keeps coming up. Help me understand what happened. And they said, well, we went through all this process and got everybody so involved and so excited. And then, the public feels like we didn't keep the promise, right? They feel like we didn't deliver. And so what that has done is that we now have a really hard time getting people to participate in public process, right? Because we gave them an experience, right, where we didn't perform the way that we said they would, therefore they judged us insincere, right, or not competent, and therefore they're no longer willing to share their time with us. And they said, well, gosh, you've got me curious, let's take a look at it. And so that evening, the deputy city manager went back and he pulled the binder and he made copies for everybody, and shows up the next morning with copies for everybody, and he says, Francisco, you're not going to believe this. We actually did most of the stuff. We're like, what? and we all went through it together, and like page by page, they had actually executed and delivered on at least 60% of what had been in that plan. But here's the thing. They had never come up with a game plan for keeping the public informed about progress against those commitments. And so imagine the horror of people in your position, right, that are burdened by broken public expectations that were actually never broken in the first place.
They just didn't know.
They just didn't know, right? And so that's where you had a real consequence for a city council and a city government that was rooted in a systems blind spot, right? They actually did the thing. They, I would say, as comprehensive plans go for city governments, 60% plus performance is like solid B plus, right? Like
That's pretty good.
that's pretty excellent. And so that was the big aha, right? Was that, because they wanted to be very conscientious about use of the city budget, they had always deprioritized communications and staffing communications and paying for advertising or placements in the newspaper. There was really very little money in the budget to communicate this to the public, which they thought was being fiscally responsible. But the unintended consequence then was poisoning public trust, not because the things weren't done, but because it was the tree that fell in the woods, right? And that was mind-blowing for them, right? And really, their big aha coming away was that transparency, not transparency as in we were hiding stuff, but transparency as in we weren't investing enough in publishing and circulating what we actually were doing, what was going on. And it was that blind spot around communication, right? Sort of active, productive communication as a non-negotiable of municipal government that got them, right? And so then the work for them was like, how can we be as shouted from the rooftops as possible about all the good work that is getting done? And so how do we then figure that out? Well, in the course of our conversations, I heard some themes emerging around. You remember I asked each of you, what is your notion of what a city council is supposed to be, and what is your vision for the experience that you want to have as a council member, right? What feels for you like you're really being set up for success? And the themes that came up were, not surprisingly, first and foremost, I want to feel impactful, right? What is impact? Impact is the distance or proximity between intention and result, right? So I come to city council with a set of concerns that I've promised my constituents that I'm going to champion, and I want to feel like the things that I brought with me, right, are actually going somewhere, right? When I'm denied that sense of impact, right, then I don't feel like I'm being legitimately set up for success to do my job. Now, this doesn't mean you are entitled to people's votes, right? It simply means that you feel like you're getting to have your share of the conversation at a table of equals, right? The next one, and before you even ask, Councilman Goolsby, yes, these all cut both ways. Absolutely, these are, and that's where I say these themes were consistent across conversations, right? People want to feel respected, right? Like the things that they express in their function as a council member has the same weight as any other council member. So that the role and that their presence in the role is respected. They want to feel, y'all want to feel, right? Informed, right? Like, I feel like I've been given all of the information that I need at the level that I feel I need it. Again, these are subjective, right, to the individual. that I've been given all of the information I need to carry out my function effectively. Right? The other one, right? Another one is consultant, right? And this really plays into the kind of the dance and the partnership between city government, right, on the staff and agency and implementation side, and city council, right? That I want to feel like there is actually a connection between the choices we make as council and the direction, and priorities of city government, right? If I feel like we talk about stuff and the things that, city entities do seems to not be impacted one way or another by the guidance we give, I don't really feel like we're being authentically consulted. And conversely, right, when matters that we talk about and engage in, then I see a response from those departments that really take, our thoughts and our concerns into consideration, I feel fantastic, right? That our role, which then brings us to that last one, right? That our role is granted the standing and authority that it's meant to have, right? That in my function as a city council member, right, my voice on behalf of my constituents has weight and meaning and materially affects what the apparatus of city government then goes and acts on and spends money on, etc. Right? Does that make sense? And so, these are the things, right? Like, I want to know that I had an impact. I want to feel like I'm dealt with in a respectful way. I'm given the information I need to succeed. I see a relationship between our input as a council and as council members and then the actions that city government engages in, right? And I want to feel like I get the same voice, right, as a member of a council as any other single member of the council, that I'm granted equal standing among my peers. And so, is there anything else that, in addition is that when you think about, especially looking to my newer council members, right, that are important to you to feel like you've really been set up for success to do your job? And otherwise, I'd love, just a reflection on this from everybody. So I'll start with my new folks.
I would feel successful if we had a council that would talk, communicate, and work together. I don't feel we have that.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a high success for me.
Yeah. And I think, thinking back to our conversation, in your condition of satisfaction, right?
Yes.
That's an expression of respect, right?
Yes, absolutely. Respect and trust.
Yeah. Which? Council.
I feel like I kind of looked at what we are doing as solving problems in some ways, or kind of driving decisions, and I would like to feel cohesion and pride in getting to a place where we've made a decision, we've made a choice, and we're all driving forward towards a success. So for me, I think we can have all of the great conversation up on the dais of our opinions and all things, but ultimately we've made choices, and let's throw all of our weight in behind making that successful.
Yeah. So that's an example of part of your definition of impact, right? Is it feels like the body is operating in a cohesive way, and that when decisions are made, we have disposed of that, and we move on to the next thing. Right, and so that is the opposite of that, right? That you'll often see in bodies is we did have it, on the agenda. We did discuss it. We did pass a vote on it. and now, a colleague wants to keep having that conversation, right? That would be a good example where, the sort of, where we can arrive at a shared commitment, right? It's like, oh, when we voted on the thing, we voted on the thing, right? It's actually at that point, putting it back on the agenda in 4 weeks, right, doesn't feel like a constructive use of time because we've already disposed of it, right? And until there's some sort of material change, we need to just keep moving forward, right? So great example. Mayor, how about you?
I look at it from a different perspective, because the mayor is a different perspective than being on the council, and I think my number one job is being the biggest cheerleader for the city. Being impactful is having the goals set and consistently achieving or working towards those goals. Right now, we're inching towards those goals versus actually being impactful in setting the goals and moving forward with the comprehensive plan. Now, we're winding down the old comprehensive plan, and we're winding up with a new one. Okay, so it's done, it's contracted out, so we'll start garnering information soon with that. We're going to read it later on, I'm sure. But respect, there's a lot of respect in there too. I'm out in the field meeting the city, all over the place. I meet a lot of people I don't even know, I don't meet now. And the conversations I have, I don't have to go out and ask them, what do you find wrong? They've got something they tell you. I mean, it's kind of like, this is one of those situations where you can have 10,000 attaboys, and it'll go down real fast with one all around. And, they're happy, oh, but you didn't pick up my garbage yesterday, then all of a sudden we're bad. But that's service industry, that's in any service industry you get. But the vast majority of our citizens have nothing but high praise about our city staff and the way we're running the city. City staff gives us the information, sometimes more than what we really need to do our job, I think. Could I use more of it? Yeah, if I had time to read it. And I think we are consulted, our opinions are consulted, are requested. But I think more important is, do the citizens trust us? And I get the vast majority of the citizens out there are happy with the way the government the city has been run governmentally, and their needs and wants are being taken care of. And there's a confusion between a want and a need. In a business, what seems like a want is actually a need, because you still got to have a stapler. And sometimes you got to have 3 staplers. Sometimes you got to have 2 scissors.
I hear a few things in there. In what you shared, one of the things that I heard is that part of your conditions for satisfaction for council, operates in a respectful way is demonstrating appreciation for city employees, right? So that's a standard that you hold. And if you have a different council member, that has a different view and doesn't feel that duty of care, then that then becomes an identifiable point of contention, right? Where if you have a council member that doesn't feel like it's the obligation of city council to praise city employees as an example, right? Then 2 people then would be, and I would experience that as violation of respect, right? If I value connection and communication and engagement, and a peer denies that to me, right, I would experience that as a violation of respect, things like that. And then also, the goal, clarity, and achievement, right? That's an expression of impact, right? Like we do our job, we hear, the public's input, and as agents of the public, we approve a set of goals, and then we want to see those goals performed against successfully. That's actually, in that standard, right? That is our function, right? Is to try and enable successful goal completion, right? Not be challengers of successful goal completion. But that's also not a universally held standard, right? That's Maya Angelou has a great quote, which was, when people tell you who they are, believe them, right? And I think that's really true. And again, I've worked with a lot of elected officials and sort of appointed commissioners and things like that in different settings. And part of the elected's dilemma, right, is when they campaign on a set of principles or a set of positions, they've now made a promise to their constituency, and if they, change their mind or pull back or, find religion or whatever, right, once elected, they will experience a trust consequence with their constituency. So to a certain degree, they have to bring whatever they promised to champion to the table. So, that's where you're taking a broader view. And again, when we're able to take the broader view, that doesn't mean we're going to give them a vote. That doesn't mean we're going to throw our support behind something, right? But it is like, I get it, right? You campaigned on this until this gets its hearing and its debate and deliberation. You cannot rest, right? I get it. You're standing on that promise. But then, this is where collegiality and a common shared desire to be impactful on behalf of the city. But then, having had the debate, having voted on it, having disposed of that item, then we move on. We move on. And we can't be in a circular conversation where we keep coming back to something that, that has already been voted on when no facts have changed, right? When same thing that was, 3 months ago remains true now. So, sorry, Councilman.
Oh, thanks, man.
Sorry.
But you kept talking,
Well,
and
yeah.
hitting all my points, so thanks. So part of my thing is, and I don't know where it falls in there, is, and I've got several here, so.
Yeah.
So is conversation negotiation. We just did our budget, and three didn't want something, and three did want something, and we kind of negotiated and got a 5-1 split, which I considered that fantastic. Because I think that's where I'm having a hard time is with negotiations, is because your very first circle over there was care, and that was hard for me on some aspects. Again, I trust my staff, city staff. I trust them implicitly, and that's probably a fault, right? I mean, because she's probably taking money under the table somewhere.
Soap and wash out your mouth.
I'm just kidding.
Probably games too, right?
Yeah. So I trust staff. And I trust that they're going to do a good job. I work with a lot of city staffs, not as many as you do, but I work with a bunch of them. So I have an understanding of what we have in your city, and I'm very excited about it. So I don't know how we, I don't know where I was going with that. The negotiation side of things is what I need to figure out how on council we can actually have this type of conversation on council. And maybe I need some training on how do I talk to my other council members on thing without it coming back and forth.
Yeah.
I also need to be better about caring about some things that to me, that's dumb, I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it, you need it.
Yeah.
I need to care about this.
And that's where, I think we can only do what we can do, but let's do what we can do, right? So kind of taking your reflection on that. You shared that you have a really high degree of trust for city staff, and like we were, sort of the team within a team. You got a decade of working very closely with them, so you've got like this bubble for you is incredibly well nourished.
Absolutely.
Right? You've got 10 years of experience that has given you reason to believe, according to your standard, that they're incredibly capable and that they keep their promises.
Then you should trust me and believe me.
But this is where I say, when we understand what makes people tick, the only option we have is to figure out how to acknowledge that and work with it, wanting that individual to no longer value that. It's not on the table, right? So an example that ties in, and I even asked this directly, like, so just make sure I'm not speculating, like, did you run on a platform of skepticism, right? Which is that until kind of the definition of skepticism is my bias is to withhold trust until I'm given proof to the contrary, right? So that's kind of the definition of skepticism, is like, I'm starting you off at a negative until you prove otherwise, right? So when I asked several council members who are not present, like, just to be clear, right? Because I'm trying to understand what you value, right? Would you say it's fair to say that you campaigned on a declaration of skepticism? And the response was like, oh yeah, absolutely, which is fine, right? They get to value what they get to value. But what that means in terms of having a body that's going to be effective is that anybody that has publicly declared that they are skeptical has no choice but to insist on due diligence, has no choice but to insist on a lot of facts, a lot of plans, a lot of that stuff.
You call it due diligence, I call it, what was your term? You said earlier, hemorrhaging staff time.
Well, and so that's where we get to the very subjective standard, right? Is what constitutes enough due diligence for one person, right? And and I'm willing to live with that the other direction, right? So that's what I'm saying is like, so when we get to something practical, right? Like this is lead times, essentially what I'm talking about, right? Like I can promise you, right, that kind of the current practice of posting the agenda on a Friday for a meeting on Tuesday with whatever information packet, like I wouldn't recommend that, right? Like that's not really a best practice. That's a very narrow time frame, for a new member of a body to feel like they were given adequate time to prepare, to then ask follow-up and everything else like that. If I had 10 years in, and the document that I've been given looks like the one that I've been looking at for the last 10 years, then that 3 days feels like plenty of time, right? It's all about that perspective. And so, we gotta, I always tell folks when I'm in this capacity, my job is for everybody to walk out a little unhappy, but mostly happy, right? Like, because we all gave up something to get somewhere new that offers a better, prospect of success than where we currently are. Right? And so that then becomes the little dial that we have to negotiate where it is, right? And so, yeah, absolutely. But coming back to your earlier point, just to land my plane, until people broadly feel like the other conditions are satisfied, their willingness to then enter into the negotiation is thin, right? So I won't negotiate something that I don't feel like I've been given the facts that I needed to negotiate, right? Now that's subjective. That was the intention of this forum, right? It's like, okay, well, what constitutes enough information and what maybe constitutes an unreasonable standard, so that then we can give clear guidance to the city personnel so that they can meet our standard, right? Because until we articulate our standard, we're not setting the city staff up for success, right? And as you said, we create a lot of burned payroll, right? Which is not fiduciarily responsible either, by making people guess what we're looking for and then have to redo.
So let me ask this question, because you go to buy a car, and the price is high, and we're going to haggle, and we're going to. I don't like that. I walk in and say, "This is the price I'm going to pay," right? So what if you selling me the car, you're not willing to understand that I've got my price, you've got your price, and I've already met you here. I'm coming in straight off the board. So do I start my negotiating down here?
So here's the dilemma. This is where the analogy breaks down. So who would be saying, oh no, this is a no haggle lot, right? Like under kind of a city council, city manager form of government, an individual, say city manager, like doesn't actually have the authority to say this is a no haggle lot, right? The council, using its voting authority and deliberative authority and everything else like that, could say we're a no haggle lot, right? At which point then, any individual is bound by the group, but that's not currently the case, right? So, it is a negotiation to arrive at what can we live with. Right? But yeah, none of us gets to say, well, you got a deal because we're just working on this, right? Because then, why that's significant, right, is that's the basis for public claims of disenfranchisement. That you then have a consequence at the ballot box from, right? Is when people can easily point to places where process doesn't grant a reasonable amount of due diligence and expectation and things like that, then it's very easy to make arguments that people respond to, right? That there's not an adequate degree of transparency because Councilman so-and-so trusts too implicitly, and therefore, the giving that trust away, and it's, I also heard universally, it's important to note, I heard universally, again, whether or not I was sincere in this, but I did hear universally, I don't believe that our city staff is doing anything untoward or illegal. I just believe that I'm not being given enough visibility to conclude that, right? And so that's where we come to that's the definition of skepticism. I don't trust you until you give me a reason to. Which is why, okay, well, let's do everything we can do, and there's only so much we can do, but let's do everything that we can do to take that criticism off the table. And then beyond that, come on, we gotta move this forward. Okay? So does that make sense? So now let's actually hack at these. All right? And again, that's where sort of restating my funny place in today's conversation, to the degree that I heard arguments or concerns that as an organizational development professional, I would say, yeah, that's probably a fair critique. That probably, like across any organization I would work with, if that was the present condition, would probably stir up frustration and discontent. So anywhere I, in my experience as an OD guy, saw stuff or heard stuff that like, yeah, we should probably revisit that. I will happily say that in my service to you. But anywhere where somebody's condition of satisfaction might have been like hyper specific to the person, as your facilitator, it is inappropriate for me to advocate for an absent person's point of view. If we all thumbs up, make sense of that. So when we talk about information, right, like, and again, putting this in the context of, and of course there are other ways and things that we need to talk about, but in the simplest terms possible, the target is there's a city council meeting coming up, and we're sort of backing out from there, the journey that we go on, supported by staff, to feel like when game day comes, when council meeting comes, and I'm sitting on the dais, I feel totally informed, respected, like I've got all the things, and now I'm ready to argue from my point of view, right? Like now I feel ready to negotiate, right? So talk a little bit about this, and I would say, well, let's talk about it as a group. I was gonna have you do some pair reflection, but because we've got two, let's do this. Let's mix it up a little bit, because I want you all to get a chance to chew on the contrast between somebody with longevity, right, and somebody that is a newer member of council. And Councilwoman, I know from your community involvement and everything else like that, you've been council adjacent for a long time. So my request just for the exercise, imagine you hadn't been, right? Like look at it through the lens of somebody that's brand new to city council, didn't know any of the other council members, didn't know any of the city employees, and had to work with only the resources provided, right? Like through that lens, what would you have wanted, needed to feel totally equipped to intelligently and thoughtfully debate and negotiate something? So I'm going to add.
Can I add one thing in there?
Yes, you may.
Go back when I first stepped on city council. I was brand new, I was the newest person, I was the only new member up there. And we were given hard copies on Thursday afternoon at that point in time, before we were computerized. I never felt like I've never got enough information. And the few times that I wanted additional information, the city manager and his staff, it was before Kent took over, was always there to provide the information for it, even though it was only 3 or 4 days. And so the information was just, I kind of understand, I remember what it was like, and yeah, and I could ask questions. So the information is for you there. I just want to make that statement.
Yep.
So.
And based on your professional history and the experiences you've had and the degree you like to operate at, that made sense for you. So let's do this. The two of you are conversation. Councilwoman, or actually, yeah, Gallant. Councilman, come over here and spend about 5 minutes.
Outside.
Correct?
You could bring your chair, you could.
Well, I didn't know if y'all was going to talk across the table.
So the assignment, spend the next few minutes, 5 minutes, talking about, and so for my long tenure folks, really put yourself back in your early days, or even in any other professional experience. If that's the standard, I don't know any of these people, I've never been in this role before, right? What level of detail, right, do you feel is meaningful for you to be able to thoughtfully debate, and deliberate on a matter, so we can try and calibrate. My loving challenge to you is that it's more detail than you're currently, getting, which is why I'm here, right? So if we were going to raise that bar, what would be substantive? All right, so talk about it. Some music to chop on.
Sitting on that is kind of a racist 13 years of sitting in. When I came on those, I felt like I was missing something. Agendas weren't published back in those days. So I have no idea who we are in that current conversation. I don't want to say I still think each music. Well, but when I look at it, every not just that, and then I don't recall. I know we had that with Christine. I guess into certain ones, and that was right after. But there was like a status of all the things that you guys had before from that previous conference. We got a status, and so we could see all the things that where he's accomplished, what things have been done, what things were still open.
I think you're right on that one, because I know what happened to it, because it was given to managers to run, and so we ended up going, they went back to the original copies from 2010, 2011, and started taking that one because
The council members are generally these ones that are responsibility. Numbers, they don't have an obligation.
So it's going to be a lot, it's going to be
to separate.
whoever's going to be.
as a subject matter expert, right, as a subject matter authority, when I tell you that as a regulatory matter, it is my wife's opinion, you can't do that, we can't do that. The degree to which that is believed, and people understand it accordingly, is whether or not you're going to consensus. So we're just like, that's the challenge with somebody that's like, there's a lot. Somebody tells you there's something that you're working, right? And going for a time at 18, they go on because the more transparent, certain things we talk about, or if they we put it in a certain discussion, actually children. So that's the example where they're using
That's how I know. Yeah, I Adjournment.
So it's yours.
I think, yeah.
Whereas when you're like, hey, there's lots of other questions about this, so, as I've heard from you, yeah, everybody's interested in a new standing meeting like this with council members, but if you have like ad hoc, wow, it sounds like there's really an appetite for a deeper dive into this, we're going to schedule specific
Something,
meetings.
yeah, I mean, there should be like a level set, just think,
And it's going to be
and
an open
let's have this.
and those are the spaces where we're
Commonality, like, to tell them it's not to play, but that's where we should.
It's in the public record. We had that conversation. You asked your question, we gave you evidence-based answer, and we understand. And so that conversation, where to some degree, the informality can be used against us, right? Or like, no, I'm trying to make that super available to you. That's not trying to be transparent. But their standard for transparency is not really willing to offer.
If somebody ran on someone's
Response.
mind,
The standard for transparency was that response provided and
everything else. If we take it back to the
that's where we come back
commonality,
to
we're all
the message.
using the same frame of reference.
Because they've been really explicit. Their standard is only stuff that is talked about and for public information is real, so to speak. Right? And so it's like when they tell you that, you believe them. So it may be challenging, but as long as you don't have some response to that, you can just anticipate that it will continue to be open and cheery.
Yeah, so how, that information is
And so that's where in that case, we've created a transparent platform where we can have these conversations. If you're choosing not to better somebody, what that's going to do is declining to
and also, like, I feel like
one more minute.
So, that even new council members have to come and say, yeah, but they don't talk to because
And it happens every, yeah, so that's.
So it's before council, like Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, they ran enough constituents agree with them to vote no. And therefore, they have a franchise, right, they've been a franchise to go reopen the conversation and so.
Anyway, I just think that that's.
Was that ever talked about? That was a conversation that everyone sort of. But like, is there, forgive me, my ignorance of how the apparatus of this whatever comes out, but like, where, just the charter, and rules of procedure, like, where is the existence of the I get the inspiration. So this is where I'm going with it, is that like, you don't really have protection, so to speak, until there's somewhere in the same way that you have rules of procedure. It's like this is the purpose of this code. This is who the authorized users are. This is who the authorized users are.
It's the first.
Because until that exists, it's all subject to interpretation. And so that's, which isn't really, and especially, to your question of when you have a subsequent body, it's like, well, that was a conversation. I wasn't a part of that. I don't feel obligated. Like, yeah, you can show me the transcript. It says that in the conversation, but I don't feel obligated to that conversation. If there's a policy that I get that I have to build a process and then take action and generate support to amend or overturn that policy, but I'm not obligated to a conversation. So,
Actually, a legal collaboration.
You've seen one, thanks very much.
Get together and discuss concerns.
we're developing this consulting section. No.
So, is that our echo chamber?
Yes.
He kept yours warm. Yes, thank you.
We're going to list all these great ideas we just come up with.
Wait, that's what we were doing?
Oh, yeah. Darn it, we did it all wrong. You were talking about the donkey again.
Oh, maybe.
It's a jackass.
Me?
A mule?
Last minute, one block.
So what was the conversation? When you think about what would a new member of council that didn't have any of these previous relationships or history, what would they need, in what form, to what degree, to feel set up for success?
Mayor Pro Tem has some really great ideas.
Let's hear it.
Throw her under the bus, will you?
No, seriously, she has some.
She's a very smart girl.
We were discussing things that, she hit forward, and actually, I think it's extremely feasible and is missing, and benefit all 6 members, including the mayor, whether or not the mayor is new or seasoned. It's not an issue where it's going to take a lot of labor from city staff. And the first time, maybe. But after that, it must be routine, and it all revolves around comprehension. Take it.
One of the things that, when I was coming on to council after I'd been elected, I was thinking about the information that I wanted and was looking for. And that's probably, I feel like I've had good information for meetings. It was really kind of level setting when I first was elected. And I really thought about having the comprehensive plan or something along that in the summary document and kind of a status of where we are currently. Shortly after I was elected, we had that status in one of the council meetings. And that was super, super helpful. And I know we didn't have that this year. And I was thinking that's probably something we should do every year after election within a month of kind of getting that status. But also, there should almost be an onboarding packet that everybody gets the current comprehensive plan, and then they can add to it the annual status and kind of keep that as a record while they're serving so that they have a reference point to go back to it. And then, I thought that there was tremendous value in that, and that kind of going back to my comment earlier that our decision should be being driven or kind of should some way tie back to the comprehensive plan, because that allows us to articulate how we think this issue reflects on the comprehensive plan, which is where we've gone out and spent tremendous time and effort finding out what the community wants, and to make sure that we can articulate as we're making our vote, that we can articulate why we feel like this is the best representation and tie into the comprehensive plan. I think there's value in that.
That's a really good insight. So can I paraphrase it back to make sure I'm understanding it correctly? Right, as a recovering strategic planner, right? One of the things I always used to tell folks, because so many people have had a negative experience of strategic planning, sitting on the shelf and not getting implemented. Again, using the example of Uvalde, the mistaken understanding that was what happened, right? When in fact, the evidence said otherwise. Is that absent really deliberate actions to crosswalk things and tie them back to specific elements in the strategic plan? Day-to-day operating staff are like, before your plan, I had to build this sidewalk. After your plan, still have to build this sidewalk, right? So we don't always do a good job as institutions of really tying the cord all the way down. So then, when we have to vote on stuff, right? Especially if I don't have that history, then I'm being asked, I ran on a platform of seeing the comprehensive plan through, and now I'm asked to vote on stuff without really understanding how this, in the words of Dwight D. Eisenhower, does this idea advance or distract from preparations for the D-Day invasion? Right? That was his persistent question that allowed that level of focus. And so being able to know an answer to the question, like we're being asked to vote on this or approve this, I would first like to know what part of the comprehensive plan does this relate to, is super powerful in terms of creating strategic focus and alignment. Because when we don't do that, I always call it in the same way that we all agree that it's inappropriate and violates accounting principles to have the budget that we talk about and then what we're actually spending a strategic plan is like having a budget for staff time, right? That when we approve something like a comprehensive plan, we are, as a council, declaring to the staff, these are the priorities that we've assigned to you, and we want to make sure that then the choices that you're making about allocating time and priority match what's in here. But we often don't do that, right? And so then, a good faith city employee will just keep working on the stuff they were working on before, right? And so not only is that really powerful for you to do your job successfully, but it's actually really powerful in getting the thing done, which is what the public expected from you. So before I hear from there, did I do a decent job of, okay, awesome, here.
Caveat off that, using the comprehensive plan, which is what the budget is going to be based upon. That was internal controls, internal evaluations, is normal business expenses and procedures. Caveat on an item that may detract from the comprehensive plan. Hey, that happens. There's accidents. There's the snow that comes in, wipes everything out. We have power failures. We have a storm that comes in and wipes out half the floodplain. So yes, we have to back up and regroup. We have to rechannel money and funds and labor to take care of this. And yeah, the comprehensive plan is going to suffer on that. But if we don't do that, the comprehensive plan is not going to get done.
And so there's a way, as you all think through how would we implement that, there's a way to essentially account for that. But the point is that your duty would be to account for it.
Yes.
Right? I'm on the board of Texas Public Radio, right? And we just, at the end of the spring, we lost Joyce Slocum, our CEO, who's a luminary in public media nationally. But Joyce educated me about that very thing because we have a strategic plan as the board of TPR, right? But then also, you got to fix antennas that break, right? And that doesn't show up in the strategic plan. So we then, she made a very thoughtful argument to that effect, like where does attending to timely, routine operations of facilities show up? So then we added a part of the strategic plan, which is that and we can demonstrate that we are carrying out day-to-day operations in a fiscally responsible way, meeting our obligations to all constituents. So we created a vehicle in the strategic plan that we could assign that to. But the point, right, for the sake of really engendering confidence from any given new council member, is that we're acknowledging that, right? The crosswalk also has a other column, and then council gets to do their job and decide whether or not they're convinced that that's a priority. Right? But at least it was made plain, well, this is part of item 3 of the comprehensive plan versus well, this is really general operations, and I don't know how we can meet our obligations to the public without doing it. Right? Great. Let's say that. Let's talk about it. And if enough council members agree, fix the street.
So I recognize that the newer council members, and that would be the ones in the last 4 years, have not had a benefit of the comprehensive plan, because the two that were here for the long term worked all the way through the end of the current comprehensive plan we have. And then guess what? COVID hit, and there's no public meetings. And so we have been faltering, is that word faltering or fumbling without a comprehensive plan. And I remember a comment made by Ms. Bowman that was kind of a aha moment for me. And she said, well, when does my idea get to be considered? And it really would have been through the comprehensive plan, but unfortunately she came on council at a period that we didn't have that. And that's been a disadvantage for her. Hopefully, with the new comprehensive plan that we're just rolling out, everyone's ideas will get in there. Yes, and some council members may come when it's done and have to just absorb the plan like other council members are done. But I think it would be, the comprehensive plan process should be a very good tool for the city council back.
Yeah. And that's a great example of the impact, right? If I get elected and you tell me, oh, too bad, so sad, everything is locked in for the next 3 years that encompasses your entire term. Like, I would not accept that, right? I wouldn't, right? Regardless of what my policy agenda was. So then, how do we create sort of on-ramps, off-ramps, and things like that, you know, and breathing new life into it? Is there a vehicle for reauthorizing things, for example? But then also, how do we, you know, buy into action that is really long-term? So I've done a lot of work with the VIA Transit Authority's Board of Trustees, and one of the tensions that has historically, you know, plagued VIA, and again, also a public forum, so everything I'm sharing is all, you know, public record, nothing I haven't talked about openly. But when you are building city, like metropolitan infrastructure, you're making 30-year investments, right? For a public that is not used to approving things on that large a time scale, right? Like the constituency wants like you know, I'm struggling with this route, I want you to put a new bus, additional service on this route by the end of the month. Right? And so how do you, as new members of that board of trustees, come on and come off? When you're, you know, when we sign that contract, that's a 30-year contract, right? That's not something that, like, well, let's revisit this. And so a way to then try and, you know, honor the role and things like that is like, well, example, the green line, that's the one going up and down San Pedro from the airport to the south side, right? Like, we're already in engineering on that thing, right? So where does a commissioner have an opportunity to weigh in? Challenging what degree of public engagement we're doing, right? How are residents and businesses along that corridor that are going to be impacted? How are they being set up for success? How are we doing our legwork to take impacts for them into account and then responding to those things programmatically, right? Like, how are we doing our job to respond to the express needs of the public? But what they don't get to do is reopen the engineering, right? Like, that's already, like, that's done. It's not on the table. Conversely, the silver line, right, the east-west axis that's still in development, that one's fair game, right? That is still in development, and there's absolutely an opportunity for them to comment and seek input and challenge and everything else like that. But being able to actually tie it to a plan that we've all agreed to honor, then actually really feeds into transparency, right? Remember, I said earlier, transparency is not about handing over passwords. Transparency is about being really clear and accurate about what is and isn't in the realm of the possible, right? And so when we're transparent that, you know, that dirt is being turned, that road has already been broken apart. We can't talk about that because it's already done. So keeping the conversation going, right? What other things do you think would help a new, uninitiated council member feel like they were being given the information to do their job thoroughly well?
Okay, I raced 13 years. Easy to do, just it's gone. So when I came into this, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an administrator, I'm not a department head. I've got a lot of life experience. Some things are difficult for me if it's over informative on items that these departments need. I call this one. I go in and see her anytime I want. Her door is always open. She's even talked to me after hours. I go talk to Christine. I'll talk to Randy on the side for Public Works. I look at everything, Scott, but I don't go to Randy and say, why is this road going to cost this much? He knows that, and that takes us over to the trust. That takes me over to, we hire well, we hire experts. And so I'm putting my faith in there. I'm reading it. I'm asking questions. I'm driving around. I'm being observant, but for a new member, it's very, very open overwhelming. I am not going to sit here and say I understand every word that comes out of that agenda. But I go to the source, and it's explained to me. So I feel that the level that's out there is good. There are some members that need more information. I'm good. I keep it simple, stupid, you know, and I'm the average resident, I think I am. And I think my understanding is on that level, but I'm being educated. I also believe that a city councilman is not a really good city councilman until they've been in public use. There's so much, even if I bring my memory back to the 13 years, sitting on that dais is not the same sitting in that audience at all. I don't pretend to know.
And here's, there was the dilemma. That's a subjective view, right? We can't build process around that,
right?
Because sort of legally speaking, a city council member that is on their first day and a city council member that is in their 9th year have the same rights, right? To do their job and play their function. And this is, you raise on something, there's where these kind of crosswalk over into each other about the difference between our standards and our processes. One of the things that I think is like, just mechanically, I see it, right, is, you talked about, there's a historical, very informal culture where council members were welcome to approach the city manager directly, and then city manager would route, and say, yeah, go ahead and talk to director so-and-so. That is a standard, right, based on someone that values relationship, right, and kind of face-to-face personal touch contact, right? So that makes sense according to that standard. However, if we come back to the declared, not secret, but declared skeptical standard, conversations that don't happen in full public view, right, are, subject to doubt. Right? So that's part of what, satisfy it, don't satisfy it. But so you know where the objective critique is, right? Like whether or not we agree to say that, well, this level of fact-finding without a public dimension leaves a lot not transparent. Like, well, literally speaking, that's just a true statement, right? What we want to do with that is up to us. But that's some of the things that, like, whether or not you want to respond to the criticism and then just take that off the table, right, as a persistent criticism, that's what's up to you. So in terms of, I'd love now to get your take, as you are the respondent, right, you and your team are the respondent to the requests that come up, do you see any ways that you might, come forward more to try and satisfy, that higher level of information that you feel has been asked for?
Yes, listening to what Ms. Puck said, she talked about coming to see me. And I try to let everybody know that I think maybe for new council members, at least in the first few months, it might be appropriate for them to have like a regular schedule or set day to come and sit with me or visit with me or go see other staff members.
Kim, I would say I think it should be standing for everybody, just to touch it, whether they're new or old.
Okay.
I think there's value in them all having the opportunity to articulate it.
Yes.
Whether it's just to check it.
the bear every week.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
I think newer council members need more dedicated time, and that maybe once the trust is built with established For the older council members, maybe it is just a quick, hey, 10 minutes. With newer council members, and I know we spend a lot of time with, when we come on, we take you to all the departments, we talk about processes, procedures, and how things get done. But I used the word earlier, a lot of that's, we just vomit it out and hope that you absorb it. And it's apparent that not everybody absorbs that.
What I would, based on what you're saying, like our experience with all of you, you're completely right that or not older, but more tenured council members. No, people with more time on council, they don't need as much guidance because they have more of the institutional knowledge. So I think maybe for new council members that are barely coming on, it could be helpful to block out like an hour maybe on Fridays per those council members, and then the same way that professors have office hours for the tenured council members, because they're not going to need it all the time. So I don't think it's necessary, for example, you block out an hour for Bear.
You could, we go to lunch.
As long as you're buying.
Oh.
I'd like one point out that the workshops, I think it ought to be mandatory for new council to go to the workshops because it's such an intricate workshop learning how the municipalities work, what the laws are, how the procedures are.
City, or are you talking about like the ACOG
ACOG,
workshops?
I'm talking about the newly elected. I
So those are
learned
training.
so much, and you can tell, I can tell on the dais who has been to the workshops and who hasn't.
I'm waiting for him to point.
You're next, I'm done.
But, and I think I want to comment on this one, because this is, I think, a good offer, right? That, the default setting is, for the first, say, 6 months, right? You pick an interval and say for the first 6 months, there is time programmed every single week for that new council member to have consultation time with the city manager to address any questions that they might have. Now, whether or not that council member avails themselves of that time is a different matter. And then at 6 months, right, the city manager and that council member, talk and say, okay, well, do you feel like you have a solid foundation? If you do, what would be a satisfying to you regular interval for us to check in? And so then that way, everybody owns their bit, right? You can absolutely demonstrate this time was allotted and faithfully held on my calendar. The council member did or did not avail themselves of the committed time that was available to help really set them up for understanding and success. Yeah. Great insight. What's another?
So one thing that when I was brand new that wasn't explicit on the agendas on the packet, but it's gotten a whole lot better is the why. Why is this item on the agenda? And because some things are like, well, the library policy. Well, why is it an issue? What has caused that to show up again? We're required by state law. It's stated so many times. I wonder if we just need to hammer it somehow in that agenda as to why we're discussing how many staplers we're buying, why we're discussing the noise ordinance or something like that.
And deliverables on staff that we can provide you guys. I mean, we're going to have the agenda management software be implemented, so that's something through Civic Plus that basically we're able to standardize how we put out agendas and how our staff and your staff make agenda items. So that could be part of the cover sheet.
So on our cover sheet, we have historical and what we would like the council to do. But again, I have to go back to the library policy. I haven't asked the question, oh my God, why are we changing this again? Well, here's the issue we're facing. People are doing this, they're taking advantage of this, they're not doing this, they're telling us one thing and they're not doing another. That may not have been communicated to the council beforehand.
Yeah, but from 10 years ago to today, day and night as far as, and that could just be
I'm
experience too.
sorry for when you came on.
Well, and so the zooming in on the library policy, that's actually a great example at a systems level, because I heard about it from multiple folks, both people that are and are not in the room, where it surfaced, it's a little unclear what rises to the level of council action versus like what's just operational. So, so the library policy was like, I never understood why that was our item, and I could have told you, my fellow councilman that they named, was gonna like go down the rabbit hole on that. So was that even an appropriate use of our time, right? And so maybe some, as the councilman's saying, like, how do we get really good at distinguishing and then reinforcing again, right? What the purview of action is for city council versus what's just operational.
Don't get mad. Oh.
Damn it, go back. Good stuff.
Yeah, I like that. And I think the agenda in the last year, it's night and day different from when I first came on. That was a huge improvement.
We've worked very hard on that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's
Yeah, even
amazing.
from when I started with the city, like the way that you implemented the new cover sheets, I think it's so much more informative.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, it's guidance
Yeah.
of what we're looking at.
So, again, consultant hat, things to think about. How we use language. The use of the term guidance, right? Guidance from city staff to city council is actually a problematic term.
I can see
Right.
that.
City staff can inform and educate and respond to city council, but it's not appropriate for city staff to guide city council, right? And I get the way that you all are meaning it, it doesn't mean that to you, right? But what I'm trying to do is just spotlight like little ways that you do create exposure for like scrutiny and critique and everything else like that. So even the use of guidance,
I see that.
creates conflict, right?
Yeah.
The mayor and I had great conversations similarly about the use of the word consensus. Right? Like as a professional facilitator, right? I would tell you consensus on its face means there was a deliberation, and after some deliberation and arriving that like we're not going to necessarily arrive at a clean unanimous, right? There is a preponderance of support, and we're going to vote on it and move forward. That's a consensus. If there wasn't actually a discussion, if we're like, here's the thing, let's talk about it, and some number of people say, I don't really want to talk about it. I don't think that's important. It's not important to me. Let's move on. You can't legitimately call that a consensus because there was never a discussion, right? So you can't call something a consensus if it wasn't discussed. You can totally say a majority declines to spend time on that item. Like, it is a majority. That's accurate. Right? But to claim consensus when there was never a deliberation, then sort of invites criticism of disenfranchisement. I know that wasn't the intention, and that's where people like me walk around. Language matters, and especially in the public sphere, we're accountable for language. Right? So that's an example where being more intentional and cautious about when we say things like guidance, when we say things like consensus, so that we don't create a misapprehension that then causes problems for us. So now let's kind of make it a more general conversation about all the things, right? Where do we see opportunities that we could enhance? Now, something we haven't talked about from a process standpoint. We're not taking any votes today, right? That's not the purpose of this forum. So who is the consumer of this product and where does it go? The answer is your city manager, right? This discussion is meant to surface recommendations, requests, and suggestions in a conversation about where could we try and create that success condition for any new incoming council member so that people really feel like they're set up to do their job well. And so then it is your job as the city manager to take all of the fruit from this conversation and any other opportunities that you see to then get with your staff and try and create, adaptations, try and create new practices that you then bring back to the group. So these aren't things that are actually subject to council votes, right? This conversation is essentially guidance to your city manager on how to keep evolving the way that city staff supports council to be ever better. Does that make sense? So we're all clear on that? One of the things, that speaks to both kind of information and involvement that I heard that I would concur with, right? Let's talk about procurement, right? Sole source procurement is always going to be a complicated endeavor, right? So how can we be, anytime council has to comment on a large procurement item that is indeed council level appropriate, right? It really does merit, having access to, what was the proposal. I would also, just again, recommendations, you do with as you will. But when we're looking at stuff like that, I'm a big proponent of the A-B option, right? When we present any body of authority with a single choice, we run the risk of denying that body an actual option, right? That in order for me to agree to a thing as having been the best decision possible, I need evidence in the form of, what were the competing proposals that says, okay, yeah, I see it, right? Makes sense to me. Let's go with it. But I would then, just tell you anytime an item comes before you that's a procurement decision and it's we've done the work, we're good for it, take over, then you're just inviting conflict, right? You're inviting risk. And so that's one, for example, that I would offer, that's easily remedied. What are other things, let's talk about another super practical one. Preparation, right? Francisco opines that Friday to Tuesday wouldn't meet a generally reasonable standard of time for consumption, digestion, interrogation, and conclusion on an issue of consequence, right? The other dynamic around that too, and again, I know that this is how we've operated for years, and it doesn't matter, right? You have a different set of council members that have a different standard, so it really doesn't matter that it's worked for years. Irrelevant. Right? Doesn't meet a reasonable standard. The thing, one of the points I made that I have to sympathize with is the current way of doing that presumes that then the council member has a duty to call a city employee on a weekend and make them work on a weekend to satisfy whatever questions they might have, right? That is awkward at best, right? So what would be, if it was more than Friday, right? What would be adequate time to have the city agenda posted, get whatever information packets you're going to get, so that the reasonable new uninitiated council member would feel like they had enough time to, read the thing, right? Read the thing, identify questions, pursue those questions, with the help of the city manager, and then come to the meeting prepared. Yeah?
A month.
If you're saying a month, I'm going to write down a month.
No. I know that Ashton had one time stated, this exact thing, right, as far as how far back. I don't remember what her date was, if it was Tuesday or Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday? I mean, because Ashton runs differently than I do, right? She really goes out and talks to some people and gets their feedback for what they want. So, me trying not to be bitter, right? And trying to understand what's in what somebody else is
Care,
saying.
be sensitive.
Because I'm following the top right bubble. I'm not hitting the left one pretty well. The top is she's asking for a Wednesday to hit, and if that's what works in this, what you've done opened my eyes to. Hey, jerkface, not everybody's got 9 years on this thing. Okay. I mean, if we.
On that Tuesday? 1 week, 1 week before?
But is it feasible?
Yeah, Tuesday afternoon, that way they have all day Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I'll meet you in the middle Wednesday and then.
That can be your new name, compromise.
Yeah, compromise.
Your middle name?
Councilwoman, what's
Yeah.
what's your take on that as our newer members? If you were like, no, really, like I felt like I had a good amount of time. I didn't feel rushed. I felt like I had the time that I needed to follow up and ask for additional information.
Well, when we did talk about this, when Ash and I first were elected, I remember listening, absolutely, but I love to have as much time with the information as possible. And I would love to have my questions answered before the weekend so I can digest it, like that, there would be value in that for me. But I also heard that there were some of the things from boards in particular that were problematic, because the boards meet on Wednesday and Thursday, and so it's hard to get all of that information collapsed onto that. So I was wondering, but those are things that are not, like, it would almost, I don't know where I'm going with, but it was like, could we get out the big chunk of it and have an addendum for the board decisions that would be making on council and have that come out on Friday, so it's still posted? I don't know how problematic that would be.
I think you would have the items in the agenda packet for those boards, but you would not have the minutes from their deliberation. And so that would be a decision for the council members if you cared and you were willing and you felt the trust, confidence and reliability of the staff members to report that out to you verbally without having the minutes.
Or even having, because it's also possible that a board decides to not recommend an item. So then we have these potential hanging items for council to consider at the next Tuesday, but it's not going to be decided until Thursday. So maybe in that case, the EDC meets on Thursday. So it would be the EDC and maybe they don't approve a storefront improvement project. Then that wouldn't go to council. So then you have all this information in the packet that you've reviewed since Tuesday, which is fine if you guys decide to go along with that, but
It's just withdrawn.
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna offer a dissenting view, right? Again, as a process consultant, all city governments everywhere have these sort of lags and lapses and these tensions. And in general, like, that is not city council's problem to solve, right? That city council, as the highest elected body in our municipal government, is entitled to whatever the agreed upon due diligence period is to get educated and everything else like that. So in the example that I've also heard cited before, great, that means that EDC item waits 2 weeks until the next meeting. They're not entitled, right? Or you can call special, American call special sessions. There are other things, but creating that, I mean, it's not, you all determine this, but I'm telling you in my function, right, that is an artificial sense of urgency. That creating that urgency is a choice, right? That choice is now engendering criticism, right? And I'm saying, like, and I can see the point, right? If you want to disregard that criticism, that's absolutely your prerogative. but strictly speaking, all kinds of, cities that have boards and commissions and things like that dispose of things and make recommendations. If the city council for City of San Antonio is meeting Thursday and the housing commission met on Wednesday, the housing commission's item is not going to be in that Thursday meeting. It's just not. And that's the nature of government. That's my counsel.
All right, my turn. So
Yes.
just to rebuttal, but then have a question. Developers don't like that, right? That having to wait. It calls a lot, saying, "Hey, how can you help me out, brother?" I can't. I can't make those wheels turn any faster for you. I can't. Because you've got to have this meeting, and they've got to meet again, and then this has to go to council, and it has. So you would be asking EDC to now, let's meet twice a month, or move it up the previous Thursday, or something like that. Which that's my question.
Or wait until the next council meeting.
But see, that's the waiting.
That's,
UC is we're really trying to work on bringing businesses in and developers in, and asking a developer to wait is not a good option. It's not a hey, we're here for you option. That's UC it took 3 months. It took 1 month in this other little community. So that's where if we could talk about moving the EDC meetings or something like that as an option.
and that is an option, but it doesn't matter whether it's the EDC or Parks and Rec, whatever. Based on the way the year and days are laid out and the meeting days, there's always going to be a conflict with one board or another. And I know right now, perhaps for the city, we're putting a lot of emphasis on the EDC items, but really it's the planning and zoning items too.
Yeah, true.
And they do have regularly set schedules, and some of that is because of the way the legal noticing and all of that happens. But yeah, it may be the fact that we just have to say, okay, so the EDC met on Thursday after the agenda already went out for the council, and I'm sorry, you'll just have to wait until, sometimes it's 2 weeks later, and sometimes it's 3 weeks later. And I get time is money for those businesses.
I will say, I think part of the problem that we run into is that EDC meets on the second Thursday. And we're obviously going to have a third Tuesday city council meeting. So that's automatically, if we follow the timeline of getting the agenda packet out the Wednesday before the meeting, that EDC meeting happens on the Thursday, right after the Wednesday we get out the packet for the third Tuesday city council meeting. Am I making sense or am I confusing people?
There's a spaghetti string.
I know.
So if we bring it back up to a level of general principle, though, what I would assert is that in most municipal governments, supporting boards and commissions schedule their workflow around city council schedule, not the other way around. And so the argument that city council isn't entitled to the resources they need to do their job because it would interfere with a board or a commission conflicts with normative practice.
So if you moved EDC to the second Tuesday of the month, they would fall right between the two council meetings, which means that whatever determination they made would have.
Are we on a second Tuesday?
Not for a Wednesday.
So that is a delightful implementation conversation.
Oh, yeah,
If we keep it at the, back at the original
But that is something we
question,
can work
but it sounds like through good discussion, there's like a way to solve for X on that.
I have it on the second Thursday.
You have it on the second Thursday.
It is the second Thursday
I can't
currently.
think it's third Thursday.
Come back to me. Come back to me.
No, bro, we got you.
This is an execution conversation. There'll be lots of execution conversations that follow this. So then the group has sort of talked about what had been a soft conversation and agreement in response to Councilwoman Bullman's request for a Wednesday. It wasn't fully committed to and followed through on. So coming back to that, is that a good starting point, or do we want to pull that back even further? Looking to my my new council members as the new council member representatives. What do you think? Stay with Wednesday?
I think if we can get extra time with the agenda, I think it benefits everybody.
So is Wednesday sufficient? Or to the mayor's point,
Wednesday's great.
Tuesday, that's a full week. So hands for Wednesday, and this is a straw poll, this is not a vote, right? So who feels good about Wednesday?
Didn't raise
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And is anybody, asking for Tuesday?
I'm fine with Wednesday, but if they're looking at it, if we were to make some changes and they could offer it on Tuesday, I don't want Wednesday, then I want Tuesday.
So Kim, what's in the realm of doable?
Sorry, I have to think through
Friday.
the process.
While you're thinking.
I think if we all go into it with the understanding that there may be some things that are delayed for consideration, and there are some staff processes and procedures that could be changed. I think Wednesday at noon is a great compromise, because then it still gives that last half day to put it together and sign off on it before it gets sent out, which means that the staff deadline would be Tuesday.
And again, why is it worth it? Because if people, feel that time pressure taken off, right, then, in a beautiful world, they feel like they've had thoughtful time to be with it, during the business week, the opportunity to ask for clarification and additional detail. So in an ideal world, people feel more equipped to then be able to negotiate, right? And the council's time can be spent more substantively actually wrestling with the thing. And in maybe a not so ideal world, you have eliminated the validity of the claim, right? Like there was plenty of time given. We had a vehicle. We even had a whole meeting where we talked about what would work for everybody, and we decided this. Staff is faithfully executing on the request, so the rest is your deal. If that makes sense. So, awesome. What else?
What is procedure? How's it back?
Yeah, so procedure, we kind of talked about it a little bit. Procedure was really mostly talking about, how do we get agenda items on the thing. That's where I was talking about, the importance of being accurate in the use of the word consensus. I think, when, again, as a technical consultant, third party, if there is a vehicle, currently that allows 3 members to ask to have something on the agenda, that process ought to be honored, because otherwise there's a fair claim of disenfranchisement, right? So it's sort of cynical to have a method and then to have a pattern of sort of overturning that method, right? So if the shared commitment is making a good use of people's time, right? That's the shared commitment, but then the shared commitment is also to authentically honor, the rules that we've put in place. What helps us, bridge that gap?
Are we saying there's a perception that a current process is not being honored and respected?
Yeah. That deliberation is not made available. Mary, I know we've talked. Can you shed light on kind of what you've heard?
That procedure was actually was discussed before I come on as mayor. And I'm not sure exactly how. I was sitting in the audience when it went, and it was totally confusing from the audience point of view. And that's kind of where I came from on it, because I didn't understand what it was. It was like, from the point, from the audience, you got 3 people going, yeah, And two people going, no. And you never really came to an understanding. I didn't really come up, you said, finally, I think it was, from the audience point of view, it'd probably be the point that, oh, I don't want to argue this, let's just go ahead and do it. And then you just lock yourself into something that didn't really make sense. That's what I wanted to discuss, because the implication of just taking three people kind of leaves out the process, due process for the council itself. And that's kind of what I was speaking in that area. And I didn't mean for this whole workshop to revolve around that. It had nothing to do with it. We had a divided council, determined by the council to me verbally. And I felt that a workshop would be more appropriate in order to set and work out differences and come forward with procedures that we could meld together. So I apologize if I created inadvertently using the consensus, but I used the consensus in the process of doing right here to show the confusion of it.
And so that's why, again, I, as your consultant, kind of make the point, if the rules of procedure that have been voted on do provide for three council members to be able to get an item on the agenda, then that ought to be honored in practice. And the then overturning that essentially violates what's in the rules of procedure. It's like, okay, you get to ask to have it put on the agenda, but then we're still not going to put it on the agenda, right? So reconciling that is the tension.
That was not a vote, was it? I don't remember voting
Oh, what, sir?
on the consensus, consensus. I don't know.
Well, we voted on the rules of policy and procedure, the council did. And that was obviously in there, so then that's all it takes is three people. Which was probably out of the norm for you, because when you were on council, it was clear on the policy that the council had before that it had to be a majority of the board. So it went from a majority to an agreement of three.
See, that's where I'm not misunderstanding it. I thought that was a separate part of that policy procedure when they voted, and that it was not part of the policy. That was the consensus to put it in. I may be wrong on that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I may be wrong on that one. But again, it's really and truly, as mayor, I have no issue with three members wanting the item on the agenda. We can discuss it, and at that point in time, when three people come up and say, we'd like to have this on there, even two. One, I mean, it's, unless there's something that's totally against, if it's an item, say, a homeowners association issue versus council's issue, at that point in time, we say that's more of a homeowners association.
And that's a great example that comes back to this. If we have clarity about what is and isn't city council purview, right? So when you have items like that are happening on private property and that you can't demonstrate a public interest, like, well, I love that you want that on the agenda, and I love that three of you want that on the agenda. But that's actually beyond scope for city council to have a decision.
The concern came back again, as you mentioned earlier too, is that the impression was that three people could all of a sudden now control by making it a vote. But no, it's not. So you still got to have a majority vote in order for a vote.
Yeah, for an item to pass. Yeah. So two different things, right?
Yeah.
Having something included on the next agenda, right? And whatever the outcome of that item is, totally different things. And that's where my ignorance is useful, because I don't know the history. I just read the document, right? And the document says three council members that endorse an agenda item can legitimately ask to get that on the next agenda, right? And the rules of procedure does not provide a vehicle for overturning that request.
But by the same token, two members can have a consensus of asking for something to be put on the agenda.
Well, and this is where, again, I'm the Lorax, I speak for the trees, right? Like, you as mayor can have a subjective approach that you want to, make it even easier for folks. Awesome. But that's you choosing to do that as mayor. I'm just talking about what the procedural obligation is,
Well,
right? So the obligation is 3.
I'm copying that and I understand that. The perception was misrelayed to me. I watched the event happen from the audience. I thought it was scratching the head. I did not realize that that was part of the perception that went into the policy that was later voted on. And that's immaterial. Other people had relayed their concern because of using the 3, and I had digested that, and I was using that as a basis, as we have some things that we need to kind of lock down. Again, getting things on the agenda legitimately, it's not going to be an issue. I'm for anything that is going to better the city. By city, I'm talking about the citizens. Kim's.
So where I kind of see the communication breakdown when council members request items on there is, I guess it can happen, I don't know. But if somebody says, I would like to see this on there, I don't ever hear anybody saying, well, why would you like that on there? What problem were you trying to solve? And I don't see that discussion happening amongst the council members themselves. And I don't know if that's the part of the deliberation. And from the staff perspective, if something is requested to be put on the agenda, does that mean you're going to have the discussion then when it's on the agenda and then later give some direction to the staff? Or are you expecting the staff to do all of this background work so that you have something to vote on? I don't know. It's a mystery to me.
That's a good question, and I encourage the council to ask those types of questions. Because when something comes up, years ago, before these policies were issued, people would request those things, and I asked the question of, why would you want to do that?
Yeah.
In one situation, it actually ended up being, you found out the real thing. It was a homeowner association, the homeowners wanted change, but it was actually nothing to do with the city, it was a homeowners association, and we found that by questioning.
Yeah.
But if you agree to put it on,
Yes.
are you agreeing to put it on for discussion, or are you agreeing to put it on because you want to vote on something?
That's true too.
And I don't think council's ever rectified that situation.
And that's a great distinction, because the rules of procedure doesn't provide for that, right? Like, so you have no obligations under the rules of procedure for that question. It's however you choose to put it in practice. So that's a great example of where healthy partnership between, in particular, right? The mayor is really senior most elected, is the person that reconciles that with the city manager and saying like, okay, well then, the practice could be, we have one, and I know this is very common in a lot of municipalities, that for new agenda items, you can't vote on it the first time council is seeing it, right? You have to have a meeting where it's sort of illuminated and discussed, and you have to wait until a subsequent meeting to vote on it, because then, one, it provides more reasonable time for staff to provide the needed information. And then, two, it protects council members from, being rushed into things that they've never heard of before.
So if I was just going to throw a hypothetical out there, don't hypothetical, there's no motions or anything like that. I would like to put on the agenda that we discuss creating butterfly gardens in the city meetings. That says, I only want to talk about it. I want to be able to talk to each other about it. Versus, I want to put butterfly gardens in the city meetings. I think we can vote on it. Well, that's asinine, because there's not enough time to get that information. Whatever a council member has said, I want to vote on this. I'm like, no, we need to talk about it. There's anything go on the agenda. I'll argue about anything. But I don't believe that the very first time that Maribel wants to put something on the agenda that we vote about it. I think we need to be able to discuss it.
And great point, like, the rules of procedure protect the franchise to put things on the agenda. The rules of procedure does not dictate the franchise to put things to a vote, right? So the ability to ask to have something on the agenda does not give you the ability to force a vote on something. That's your regular process, is Robert's Rule of Order, that you used to do that.
I just wanted to caveat real fast. I had to go back 2 pages. Note that I had made with what Mayor had just suggested is discussion on council. And that means encouraging the council to, during session, to discuss the issue amongst themselves. And I want to throw that out there also. What's your thoughts about that? I think you kind of illustrated this real fast. Right there.
That we can talk about.
Yes.
Are you talking about when in the council person to be heard comment? Or are you talking about at that, when I asked if we could put that on the agenda and then we get 4 people?
How about if you just ask and say, can we discuss this subject amongst us either now or at a future date, with either if it's timely?
Okay, I like where you're headed.
If it's timely, we do it and time permitted. We do it then amongst ourselves. It may be some times that people want to go up and think of a week or 2 to think about it and do
Might
some
be through the
research.
bathroom, so no, we're not talking about it right now. That type of thing. Yeah, I like that.
And
So
give some
really,
options.
really quick, the rules of procedure say that whenever you want to discuss an item, I guess the procedure for discussing an item is you get 3 members of council to agree that you will discuss it, and then no discussion is had at that meeting, and you post it for a subsequent meeting. And part of that, I think the reason we had it in there, and I need to double check with Cindy, but it's for the Open Meetings Act to properly post that an item is going to be discussed. So say you want to put a butterfly garden in the medians, you can't just bring it up at council, and again, I will double check, but I don't think you can bring it up at council, say I want to discuss this, and then you discuss it in your council member announcements, because then you haven't properly posted that council is going to deliberate on this item.
But not vote unless we decide.
Right, but reaching a consensus, so a majority, to go forward with the item is technically a vote. And again, I can double check with Cindy, and this can be a follow-up for this session.
Okay.
I think if there's an agenda item owned and a motion is made, deviating from whatever the subject matter may be, then it's open for full discussion. For a listed agenda item, something that.
For a listed, for a listed. Because that's where
This is the procedure for getting to that listed agenda.
I know,
But-
I'm just identifying the difference between a listed versus a potential.
Absolutely.
Yeah, spontaneous
And-
or an unlisted, because,
And that's-
correct, let me just cut in and give or make a question. If the rules of procedure provide for an automatic trigger, then it doesn't even require a vote. It's just triggered because the procedure accounted for it. So if 3 people ask for a future agenda item, because it can't be, there's no procedure for asking for a now agenda item, it can only be a future agenda item, then there's not even a vote that needs to be taken. It's simply acknowledged and accepted by the mayor, and then, and then move forward. They don't have to take a vote because it's already provided for.
Yeah, absolutely, but I'm talking about whenever, and this was just using Bear's example of, okay, butterfly garden in the median. If you want to bring it up and then have spontaneous conversation amongst council about, do we want to consider this later? I don't know that that's allowed.
Okay. But I can put, I'll,
Because it hasn't been posted to the public. Remember,
Properly.
this is all for the public conversation. Everything needs to happen in public. Everybody wants transparency. So what Maribel's trying to say is you brought it up, and having a discussion about it right then and there is not giving due notice to the public that you're going
And
to.
I think our past city attorneys have said, you can decide to discuss this at a future meeting.
Correct.
But you cannot discuss it.
but I thought the whole moral of this was to have a discussion on, do I want to put that item on the agenda?
And I think even that is an improperly posted.
And that's with
Discussion.
the rule of 3. You
No
don't
discussion.
even, there's no discussion. If you've got 3, it's on the agenda.
Okay, but if I want Lori to argue her point, but then she says something, I mean, I wasn't planning on talking at all today, I was just gonna listen, but I don't have anything. So.
Why didn't you follow through?
I know, we would've been out of here by now.
If you wanted me to argue, which you always do,
Yeah.
what?
Well, I don't understand, is it, why do we even have to have that vehicle to have some type of, I mean, if I want to put butterfly gardens on there, and two others agree with me, that, and we always do this,
Then it's on
Or
the agenda
Then
for
it's
the
on
next
agenda.
meeting,
It's a trigger. Yeah.
for the next meeting.
For another meeting, not
which
for that
which
meeting.
I'm perfectly fine with. I thought I heard that we couldn't have a consensus unless there was a discussion.
Well, not in that meeting.
So
at all.
this-
Seriously, there can't even be a discussion in that meeting.
It's-
Discussions can only happen in subsequent meetings when it's
I shouldn't
actually
have
been
gone to
posted
the
on the
bathroom.
agenda.
That's the problem. Okay, I got you. We've been using slightly.
Talking fast.
Right, so
The same words that
John had a
describe it.
consistent process on how if somebody has brought something up and others concur with them, that they'd like to discuss it as well. The understanding right is that it's not clear that it's not on that agenda. What you're really asking for is on a subsequent agenda, it be put on for discussion. Again,
Not for
following the practice, it's not for vote, it's for discussion, and there's nothing wrong with discussing it.
Yes.
And then at the time, you could give your, well, I think this, I think that, and whatever else.
And that's where you reach a majority team and
That's
go
where you
forward
go
with
to
an
the
item.
majority.
Love
Yep.
Good
Yep,
clarification.
makes sense. And so that's, the key though, that's a change from historical precedent is you don't actually need a majority to get something on the agenda. You need three.
To
And
just
with
discuss.
three, it's just a trigger, right? Once you've got like, yes, I would also like to talk about that next time. There's nothing else to discuss. In fact, you're not allowed, right? We're just like, great, can't wait to talk about it next time.
And it doesn't mean that you can't, as a council, do points of clarification, right? So are you clarifying that you want it on the next agenda? Yes, I'm clarifying that I want it on the next agenda. Well, I apologize, I'm not going to be here for the next meeting. Would you consider this? That's not a deliberation. That is just a negotiation, which is the word you like to use. And then you come to a process by where you're going to have your discussion with everybody moving in, understanding that you're not voting on anything, you're just going to discuss it. And we can actually create a separate section on the agenda that are for council discussion items.
Yeah.
Separate from action items. And then the public can hear you discuss it and deliberate it in public.
In my own defense, I never remember any issues of trying to get something on the agenda. It didn't. I mean, there was a couple of situations, but I don't remember ever having an issue. I know
Is that your new U-turn sign?
No.
Well, no, you turned the sign, went on there.
No, it went over, that's why, I'm trying to stay quiet, because.
And I'm going to jump in because the good news is we've arrived at
I'm not
a.
saying it didn't happen, I'm just saying that I've never had an issue getting something on the agenda.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, because I know that there are things that people have requested to go on the agenda that, I'm not even willing to argue with you about that, because that's dumb.
Well, but if it goes on the agenda, then.
We've already solved the problem, Dan. Come back to me. I like to react.
Always the troublemaker.
I'm saying what? I'm having too much fun. I like my system.
That was a great discussion.
And so I know we had talked about going for concluding by one. There's been a lot of substantive work done. Is there anything else? And I would say in terms of the big items that were shared with me, that I'm like, yeah, I see that. That probably merits remedy. I would say I'm satisfied that the things that were shared with me that I see as structurally awkward, you all have done a great job of attending to and proposing remedy. So at this point, it would be, is there anything else that would help you do your job better and feel like you're really equipped and informed and prepared to be able to do it that we ought to add or discuss?
Is hazing of new council members allowed?
I think that's a toxic.
Beyond scope, beyond scope.
That should have been my. I need to go back to the morning session with our 4 circles. I'm understanding what we're doing, but I still haven't chiseled the brick off that wall. I don't know how to surpass that. I don't know how to make that happen. I've tried.
Yeah. And that's where I come back to, we can only do what we can do.
Okay.
Right? Where there are structural critiques that, according to kind of norms and standards of organizational processes, are fair critiques, right? That people aren't really being set up for success. We can address that, right? Then having addressed that, whether or not that softens people's willingness to engage, conversations for relationship and all of that, only time will tell.
So do the best we can. with
Yeah,
what we
only
got.
time will tell, yeah. But demonstrating good faith and providing process remedy, for things that folks find frustrating, that's a great show of good faith. It's up to people what they want to do with that show of good faith.
Other than that,
Any other suggestions or ideas? Y'all have done some good work today, for sure. So, did you?
That was not, it was just an opinion.
Gotcha. So what I'd love to do then, first, next steps, since you are the implementation agent for these things, and then just kind of a checkout reflection from everybody. So Kim, what do you understand as your direction coming out of today?
So for action items, I put slow down the process to set up for success. I'm starting next on my action items. On the agenda cover, indicate why something is under the purview of the city council. I have to tell you, on the behavioral policy, I don't know why it's under the purview of the city council. It's always just had on there approved by city council. And then also increase lead time for agendas to Wednesday at noon. Considering changing dates that boards and commissions meet and schedule around city council meetings, especially the EDC and the PNC. Honor the policy of the 3 as a consensus in order to get something on the next agenda for discussion, and then at that time it needs to go on to the next one for a vote, then city staff works.
And real quick, with getting discussion items on the agenda, rules of procedure say future agenda, so at that point, I think whenever 3 council members agree to discuss it, that's when you would say, okay, next agenda, following agenda, what date?
Right. I agree, because I think just assuming it's all on the next agenda can be a lot. I mean,
And that's even when you guys can ask for points of clarification of, okay, do we know of oncoming items that are going to take a lot of agenda time? Do we want to push it off a little bit? And that's entirely up to council.
If nobody asks, whisper, and I'll hear you.
Whisper what?
When do you want this? I'll promise.
I think also going back to the words that we had discussed, that words matter obviously does. We need to use consensus properly, majority properly, guidance versus education versus guidance. And I think one of the things that we do sometimes as a staff is we always say, we're here to carry out the will of the council. Maybe instead of saying to carry out the will of the council, or do we say something like we're here to implement whatever your ideas are? Because carrying out the will of the council is kind of a nebulous term. I think generally I know what it means, but maybe everybody doesn't think it means implementation.
And then, yes, ending that, I would even say your conclusions, right? Because there's a range of ideas, and the things that are binding for city staff are things that council concluded, right? Decisions they arrived at and guidance they gave, right? By any general standard here or anywhere else, city employees are not obligated to act on expressed ideas right, that come from any individual council member. In fact, that's specifically problematic, right, is when council members have, are perceived to have directive authority over city employees. So it's not the ideas or the will of the council, it's the conclusions and the guidance from council. Kim, anything else on your to-dos?
I'm sorry, I did have more. It was back on
No, not on that specific.
the scheduling of the time. I don't know where that ended up with.
That's over here. Regularly scheduled.
Lead time or agenda.
Oh, yes, for the newer council members, the regular scheduled times with them. Oh, I missed a page.
Yeah, and that can be,
Scheduled time with them and a review of the comprehensive plan, and then also, which we used to do, but since we haven't had a new comprehensive plan in a while, one of the things to keep the comprehensive plan fresh and relevant to all the council members is that every 3 or every 5 years, we would bring in a consultant who would review that plan and allow the council to either add items or determine that some were no longer viable and add items in and then reprioritize them. For that way, as you move through that 20 or 30-year plan, the newer council members have a chance to put their thumbprint on it so that their voices can be heard and they become impactful, respected, informed, consulted, and have a standing.
As long as they're informed.
Yeah, but it starts with them being informed.
Yeah.
I agree.
And the reason I say that, sorry. I'll hijack it.
You're the guy that wanted to be done early, so.
Who was it?
Is when wheels get set in motion and when the city is moving this way and we have funded movement that way, just because the new mayor isn't excited about it, I don't want to see it anywhere.
Well, no, I think once something is set in motion, I think as a council, you I assume you have the understanding that you're not reversing. All you're really doing is taking what's left over and saying, is it still relevant? If it isn't, get rid of it. If something new and relevant, we add it. And then as a council, you reprioritize it so that you're giving your conclusion and your guidance to staff on what is the next item we work on.
And so, Councilman, sort of procedurally, a few ways that plays out is for the incoming board members, or excuse me, council members, you are beholden to a budget you didn't vote on, right? Like whoever voted on the last one, through the conclusion of the work plan and budget, you're there to live with it, right? You don't get to like intervene and stop, the fiscal year we're in, you don't get to stop that workflow in its tracks. Your prerogative, right, is bringing your issues, concerns, and priorities to the next budget cycle after you've been elected, and to try and influence city priority spending, everything else like that, through that. Now, accountability is a different deal, right? If you have concerns and you can elicit the caucus to ask for some accountability, but that's where also the informed piece, creating more routine vehicles for departmental briefings and things like that. I'll give you an example that has performed really well. I was a consultant to the city of San Antonio's, there was the Housing Policy Task Force, but then there was the Strategic Housing Implementation Plan. So the housing bond and all the things that you might have heard about in the news around affordability in San Antonio. So I shared the Uvalde cautionary tale around the Uvalde 2020 with them. And so that body, the planning team, the staff planning team, recommended to the Housing Commission that they create a twice a year community engagement body whose only job, right, is to convene a community forum twice a year to provide a dashboard and presentation on the status of the strategic housing implementation plan, right? To sort of satisfy the concern that, we voted for this housing bond, where is it, what's going on, what's getting done, who's doing stuff. So they structurally put in twice a year, we're gonna have a showcase, and we're gonna tell you everything that we've done against that plan, so that we're being accountable to you, the public, that we are performing against them. Right, so when you create mechanisms like that, it helps, kind of lower the temperature on critiques of, well, I don't know where blah, blah, blah is.
So I have a question, and I think it pertains more to new council members. So I think, for me, I feel like the budget is one of the most difficult decisions that a council member has to work on. And I have talked to new council members in other cities, they're like, really? Do you have new council members come on and the first thing they have to do is put a budget together? They haven't even gotten their feet wet. And I don't know if our council has ever really waded through the discussion on whether we should stay with May elections or go with November elections, so that when you are a new council member, you're coming on and you're having at least, 6 months before you have to start to get your feet wet, before you're making the most important decision, and that's your budget and your tax rate. I don't know if this council.
Great,
is open to having
thoughtful
that
point for future discussion. Anything requiring a city charter amendment is not in scope. We're not even going to open that can of worms.
You saw my mind blowing like he's gonna start talking.
I'm going to jump on the cake. Great idea. Give it a lot of thought. Do your homework. Read up on it.
Not today.
This is my last meeting, let me end it.
So Kim, in terms of your to-dos coming out of today, are we to done or anything else?
Oh, that's my to-done list. I just added that last one.
Terrific.
I just think it's unfair to council members.
Yep. And it's a thoughtful concern for future discussion and debate. So, good stuff, y'all. Now what I want to do is just check in with each of you, and then with our city staff, and then Mayor, I'll look to you for our last word. What do you feel we accomplished today? Right? What was your gem from today? So I will start with you, and then we'll come over.
This was fantastic. It was so eye-opening, because I have been looking at this through jaded eyes, and which is, I was a new council member. I survived it. And I think I thrived it because whatever. So to me, everybody should be able to do that, right? But not everybody not everybody ran the way I ran. Not everybody has my glasses on. So being able to see ways of how can I improve myself as far as my council membership, whatever, my duties, I think has been great. The idea that Bear, just because Lori wants another park, I mean, she's already got 15 of them, doesn't mean that I shouldn't care about it. I need to care about it. I need to sincerely care about it and actually put that forward and understand, why does she need the 16th park? That's huge for me. So I even drew those little bubbles, and I want those bubbles to show up on the city website. I mean, I want those bubbles sung from the roof.
I recommend to all of you, Charles, the Thin Book of Trust, about to come out in its 3rd edition, a great classic used by many. In fact, Charles's definition of what trust is actually the one that Brene Brown frequently quotes and attributes them. So, good stuff. Highly
If
recommend.
council gives us authority, we will buy a copy.
Buy a copy for everybody. There it is.
Onboarding packet.
Councilwoman Fight?
I found this extremely helpful. I'm a visual learner, and seeing everything kind of spelled out, plus to be able to talk about it. That's so huge that we can sit here and have this forum, and I wish everybody was here to be able to talk through some of this stuff. But to see it, talk about it, absorb it, this is why the procedures I thought was great. It was a great learning experience. You're very good at pulling people back, because we are like stray cats at times. But I appreciate the time and I appreciate everybody that's here, but we can do what we can with what we've got.
And that's all we can.
Yeah, okay.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, I felt like there was a lot of good things to go and chew on and think about further. I knew that there would be. I always come to these sorts of things and walk away with things that resonate for years afterwards. Assume positive intent. You used it early on in this. I went to a conference years ago, and that was that line that the woman spoke, and she's like, assume positive intent. And I really have to do that. Like, it helps me to have a frame of reference if I assume they're coming from a good place. And because a lot of times you hear people in your head, and you think that they're criticizing you or they're coming at you for, if they're attacking you, and they're not. Nobody is coming to do harm. Most people are coming from a good, positive place. And I think that if we all walk away with that, if we were to walk away with just assume positive intent, it would really change the frame of reference that we approach situations.
Very nice. Looking to Margaret? What's your takeaway today?
I'm really excited about all the actionable items that staff has. I think that this is even going to help the dynamic between staff and council, and staff and citizens even. I think this will help citizens as well. It's not only council, so I'm excited about it.
Kim, it's yours.
I think that the conditions for success have been well laid out and I think understood by everybody that was here. And I believe that the conditions for success that we have in place will be amenable to the other council members who weren't able to be here today. And I'm pleased to know that council is not maybe fractured over fact, but over procedure, and procedures can be fixed.
And Mayor, last word to you.
I am totally blown away with the success of this one. I really, you exceeded my expectation. I really was afraid that it was going to be dry, humdrum, whatever. You engaged everyone participated. You provoked a lot of thought, even during your one-on-one discussions, you provoked a lot of thoughts, a lot of thought processes, even to the point where, okay, I had to back up and make room for some changes. I think not everybody likes change. I don't like my cheese being moved. I like that. Nobody likes your cheese being moved. Thank you very much on behalf of the city, and I think you have 20,000 citizens of Universal City very well.
It was a privilege to serve, and as I said earlier, wow, as my last public process facilitation, what a way to go out. I praise you and thank you for your citizenship and your commitment to the people in your community, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support you. Mayor, do you adjourn us?
What time? 1:27.
Okay, if the meeting is over, it's my turn to speak. I just want to say thank you to everybody for making time to be here today. I think it was very productive.
Thank you, Kim, for being here. Because when you hear it
I missed this part.
in person,
Well, I'm sorry, but I have doctor appointments to do.
We'll forgive you that.
Did y'all break out in fist fights?
Yeah, you're gonna have to see it on video.
for sure that they got it all.
I think it's gonna be pay-per-view.
wrestling.
Oh,
Pay-per-view.
That's a good idea. Pay-per-view.